Welcome everyone to Paddling Pool 365. Hello, I am Zari, joined by the lovely, the amazing Sazu.
Hello, sorry. I'm so glad to be on the mic with you again. Every single time, I feel like it's a romp and I am fresh out of my bed and ready to watch this paddling pool between Les Choupets and Fall Guys. Sorry about that, the cuties. I am American and do not speak French.
Yes, I also do not speak French and would have butchered that even worse, so thank you for doing that. I'm just going to call them the cuties. But yes, we should also mention we're about to get into TC Museum, so that's where we're going to be starting today. And also to mention that when we get into this, it's quite easy to tell apart these teams because one team has different names and one team has all the same name. You'll see what we mean. But but we will be getting right into Museum, right into the tower control. Let's see what these teams are going to be bringing to the table. This should be real interesting.
Yes, taking a look at this. Oh, interesting. I think I spied two brushes on the same team there. I feel like that's very rare these days. Of course, you have the one with Inkmine and Hammer, as well as the Comet's Ink Brush, rather Octobrush with Kraken. And we're looking at 3 shooters coming out of Fall Guys.
Much more of a, when I say expected comp. Yeah, 3 brushes is an interesting choice, but also I suppose you never expect it. So if you can use it to your advantage, people will not know how to counter it.
True. But look at that. Clearly they didn't know how to counter it. 2 people going down in one fell swoop, and I think very importantly, the gal just going to mow down those 2 people, meaning that there's no cooler for Les Choupets, if I'm not mistaken. The crab's going to come out to try and contest that tower. It has to deal with this wall, and yeah, so far it seems like Fall Guys doing a really strong job making it through those checkpoints.
Yep, they're very good at standing their ground, even when the brushes kind of throw themselves at them. Oh, there we go. There's a brush made their way in, but are they going to be able to stay alive? And they're actually behind on the Kraken, able to kind of push the rest of the team out. That should finally be what they need to get this tower back to mid. But already, that is 2 checkpoints done for Fall Guys.
Yeah, and we're just a minute and 30 through, but really good flank there from Arashi. Usually you do see flanking brushes, but I think having the backup of having the Kraken really helped them out because it forces people out. They have no choice. This crab, unfortunately, in mid, not going to really find much use, but I think all the while, once again, that Kraken was just forcing people out of the way. So Les Choupets definitely on their way, cruising to the second checkpoint.
Yes, indeed. So that's 1 player down, and they're just trying to kind of stay around this tower. They're not able to kind of keep control of it, but that might change if the brushes have anything to say about it. As they get a little bit more room, but they do have to stay alive here.
Yes, this just feels like such a scatter. Every once in a while, Arashi is in the Kraken, forcing people out. Everyone is moving back, and that gives Les Choupets just a little bit more time on the tower. But like Fall Guys, as soon as the Kraken's away, they collapse upon it, force everybody out, and you see, I think that's the end of that like million-year push. It was kind of there for a while, but Fall Guys seem to have gotten control back of everything in mid.
Yep, yes indeed. They've definitely got a lot more room than they had just a moment ago. But even with such a long push, they didn't get fully to that second checkpoint, which is not ideal. And Fall Guys will get to a push of their own. How far are they going to be able to make it, though? Especially if they can use anything to say about it.
Yeah, this is an interesting state of play. It feels as though it feels very tickle. Maybe it's because both of these teams, when you really look at their comps, are just kind of running short-ranged weapons. Between the brushes, we have that splash, and then three more short-range shooters essentially on Fall Guys. It's very difficult for these teams to be committal and really dive the other team. Arashi is up against a bubble, gonna try and get rid of people on the tower, but gonna have a little bit of difficulty with it. But all the while, I think what's important here is that Fall Guys is just burning a lot of time. All that time that Leshipe is spending trying to get rid of them, control the situation, is time that they're not pushing. And seeing as though we're right under a minute left, that's going to be huge for them.
Yes, indeed it is. And we can see that they are pushing up. There comes the Kraken from Arashi, but not able to get very much use out of it there. Stuck on the edge trying to get back up there. We're down to almost 30 seconds left. Is it going to be enough, though? Are they going to be able to hold on to this? They've got such a way to go. But they've made it through that checkpoint. That is very crucial.
I guess we'll see. We do have that hammer going down. It's going to be canceled out. And I think that it all kind of depends on Arashi. You see that Kraken is going to come out. 10 seconds left and a crab, so no one currently is on the tower that is currently there. Arashi gets out of the Kraken, immediately dives the tower, but now there's just a lot of AoE happening here. The Gal is guarding that, and yeah, their teammate just swims up there, takes the tower, and ends the game very neatly there, Zari.
Yes, and I will say the strength of their positioning there at the end. Fall Guys able to hold that top left angle with the sniper rider just constantly killing people off of the tower. They just didn't have anything to kind of defend themselves on the tower from that angle. They needed the brush to be up and flanking, and they had that at the beginning of that last push, but it just didn't fully, like, they didn't get the pick from it. So the sniper rider could reset and then just sit up there. And they didn't have the time to go on a real long flank to try and get to them. So, and the sniper rider knew that.
Yeah, I think like me mentioning the range that was going on in this lobby, Sniper Rider, of course, the most range out of anything. So as an edit player myself, actually, sorry, do you play edit?
No. I'd more play snipers if I need range, so.
Must be nice. I can't believe it. As an edit player, you know, we all know that pen just kind of hard counters edit, and it's so difficult to figure out where to stand. So I feel like a lot of these short range players were just kind of getting picked off by the sniper rider that could just sit there, maybe might be displaced by the Kraken, but moving into Clams, Barnacle, and Dime, I think that I'm looking to see if Leshipe can kind of have a bit more teamwork with Arashi, because those Krakens were really solid, but it felt like maybe none of the teammates were necessarily up to play off of it. So if the timing can end up just right, and they can do something about that pen, get what they need to done, it may work out for them, especially because they have 2 brushes going into this Clams game.
Yes, they do. And brushes, as we all know, can get a lot done on clams, specifically if you don't focus them, they're able to just sweep all the clams out from under you, and suddenly they're at the basket with a par clam or 2, and you're like, wait, hold on, the match just started.
Yes, and we are going to just start this match. We already have a switch over to the shot. I think it was a splash before. They're not going to need that crab, instead opting for the Zuka, probably to take care of that sniper rider that was giving them so much trouble in the prior game.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see if that is the change that they needed. Also, something very, very important is you have to be so careful with this map specifically, right? You can get locked out. It can be a nightmare, so they don't want to get into that situation to begin with.
Yes, and unfortunately not even getting the trade. Their teammate gonna trade them out there. 2 members down from either side. Silly on the edit here, gonna take the enemy plat. That's huge for having the space. Not to mention, even if Le Chupe has trouble getting in with the brushes, I think that they can just scoop up those clams and deny Fall Guys the clam economy. Look at them right now. They have one entire clam to their name, and even though members of Le Chupe are going down, they are hoarding a lot of the general clams. So Zuka gonna come out, gonna push members of Le Chupe out of that mid. Counter Zuka comes out as well with one of their members going down, and right now it seems like we're at a bit of a stalemate, sorry.
Yes, it does seem like we're going to be fighting for neutral for just a bit longer. They know where Arashi is. They're going to try and keep them contained, but a trade does go out, and we continue fighting for neutral. Well, Le Chupe still has so many of the clams. Oh, that's unfortunate. But so many of the clams here. 20. Wow.
Yeah, and counting. The whales are going to come out. Really great jump out there to avoid them and avoid being in this bad pit. I think this brush going to go for the flank and very unfortunately go down, especially with 7 of those clams. That could have been huge. And it's very interesting that Le Chupe hasn't been able to score yet. They've had so many clams. They've had opportunities, and even more intensely is that they have a Kraken. A lot of the time, you can just kind of pop that, and even though Kraken jumps have been nerfed, you can still, as a brush, sort of charge in there, pop it, and you do have jumps for your team. So Le Chupe going to still kind of manage this, get 2 members down, and restart here on their push.
Yep.
Oh,
I was going to say they're back to pushing up together. There we go. Finally able to get clams on the board, but not able to get more in, and they're not going to touch that fire clam. Or actually tries, but it's not enough. Yeah, my guy is gonna have to push back just a little bit, kind of hold down the space here. And there comes the Zuka to kind of define that it's theirs.
Yeah, I feel like a lot's happening. You have this trade going on here, but ultimately Fall Guys, they can't deal with these trades. If anything, I'd argue that brushes are sort of made to trade. They don't mind if they go down, if they get the picks, especially not in this advantage state. Meanwhile, you have meanwhile, you have the members of Fall Guys just kind of managing their space. It's really hard for them to even make it into mid, so they have to start getting these picks nice and cleanly so that they can manage these pushes. And you see that Le Chupe already down to 50. Really solid push.
Yep, and already that hammer is back. Where are they going to place it? Not quite where they needed it, but they certainly were looking for the pick there. Still alive, though. Trying to kind of keep this space, or at least make sure that the Fall Guys can't push up for free.
Yes, they are ready to punish them. Finally, it feels like Fall Guys is in the position to make a push, but that aimbot Zuka had that player's name on it. They go down with the power clam, and once again, Le Chupe claim back their iron grip on mid. Now the pen gets a pick there, but with just over 30 seconds left, there's not a lot of time for Fall Guys to kind of counter push here. Even worse so that they have their own basket open.
Yep, yes indeed. Oh my goodness. There is certainly a lot going on, and none of it is in Fall Guys' favor at the moment. But there we go. They're finally able to kind of clean up. Still is able to back out and stay alive, or try to, but they're being chased fully back into spawn.
Yeah, but good on them not going down in that pressure, because they obviously are the cooler holder. So staying alive is going to be huge. And we are now in overtime, and I think that Fall Guys have their work cut out for them. They're going to not only have to get this basket open, which they have done successfully. 2 of their members are down, and they have to make it past 18, keeping the basket open the entire time. And with Arashi on this Kraken, easier said than done. We have an unfortunate fall. Like their namesake, through those braids into the water, and that is going to call time for that jump in with the power clam. So really dominant game for Le Chupe. If anything, I'd argue this is just what the comp is made for.
Yes, absolutely. definitely running rings around opponents is what these brushes are here to do, and we were seeing that throughout that game. And also, I do want to highlight one very key moment when the Zuko was up on the side of Les Choupets. That, not this one, but later on in the game, the pick that they got with that Zuka was probably the most crucial player they could have got to turn around that neutral play, and that was the Snipe Rider. Like, the team fell apart as soon as the Snipe Rider was down, and that's what gave them the kind of opportunity to push even further forward and to push them back into spawn and do the push to what it. There it is. That moment was what kind of just gave them the momentum to push up and get to 18. So I just want to say that.
Even better, that was kind of the plan. I think originally they had the splash and they subbed out the splash instead for the shot. I feel like shot is a little bit less common these days in competitive play. People are a little bit lower on Zuka than they used to be, along with the short range shooter. So I think matching the Zuka on the other side and getting that crucial pick really allowed Les Choupets to keep their grip on mid without this Snipe Rider just tapping away at everybody, especially that was during Fall Guys' push. So really well done for them there. But we're going into Rainmaker Undertow, a favorite of mine personally to watch. And I have to wonder whether they kind of what switches we should be anticipating comp-wise.
Yes, because to be fair, you can kind of use a hammer a little bit like a vacuum. You can't just like body block it. No, it's not as foolproof as a vacuum in the way that it's not like you can still shoot through it, but there is some like defensiveness to going in with the like a hammer on that brush. But also you have, with these two brushes, you have the constant possibility of flanks once you actually get into that kind of pushing kind of stage. So I'd be intrigued to see if we see any changes, but I don't think we will. Oh, never mind. Oh my god, never mind.
Lots of changes abound here. I think for Les Choupets, we're looking at a 96 for that back. We've been seeing a bit more in competitive play these days. And on the other side, we have a Rapid as well as a Carbon, meaning switching off of that pen on to the Zap to keep that cooler. So gameplay definitely going to be super different here.
Yes, and also I'm intrigued to see how the Carbon stacks up as well. And also that means that they have the second Zuka on the side of Fall Guys, which could be helpful in continuing to kind of like pressure Choupets out of the ability to push, but that is not happening right now. They are struggling to kind of keep Choupets like down.
Yeah, and Fall Guys, I think they just rush a very rare right checkpoint. They also get that open. My bad, Les Choupets are the ones who just got that checkpoint out of the way, which I think is going to be very huge here, because sometimes looking down at that checkpoint that isn't open will be really difficult, but a really critical pick, I'd argue, out of that Zuka. And you're asking, how's that Zuka going to be doing us really well? But this huge run, nobody there to just stop them, gets them down to a 14. And you know what? I said off the top, sorry, that I love to watch Undertow Rainmaker, and this is exactly why.
Oh my god, and this continues.
Oh!
Oh my god! The only one alive is behind them, and I don't think they know. They don't know! Oh my goodness, someone comes out of spawn and is able to kind of run them down, but that could have gone so terribly for Les Choupets there. They were in position to kind of defend from the left, expecting that ends up, but that's not where they were coming from.
What a hectic push that happened there. And it could have gotten all the worse, but they stopped the bleeding. They stopped the panic. The Kraken is active, so they're not going to go down to that Zuka shot. And meanwhile, I think all of these teams are just kind of having a bit of a scuffle in mid. The Gal doing a really good job of holding them off and disallowing them from picking up once again. We're about halfway through the game, and I think that Le Chupe has a lot to figure out as to how they're going to push and contend what is a really threatening score.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, it is very, very difficult to get to that point on this map, but once you're there, it's all about the defense. So I'm intrigued to see if they're able to need to get a couple more picks. They've got one, but that's two on each side at the moment. Are Fall Guys gonna win? No, they're gonna try. Well, they're gonna die. That is the correct jump out there, though. I think someone jumped in. Yeah, someone jumped in as well. Do they know? Yes.
Do they know? Yeah. Oh, not to mention they're being this way as well, I think. So that is going to perhaps be the end of that. Everybody has just about reset, but the shot just running down that Rainmaker and is going to get the pick and activate its flow aura as while it's at it. Arashi just sharking, biding their time. Do they know? Yes, they know. That is the Carbon just taking care of business and popping a Zuka while they're at it. So Le Chupe, especially seeing this flow aura, seeing the Zuka, seeing the second Zuka, they have a lot to contend with between specials and power-ups. The Rainmaker's going to reset, but they only have a minute to go and get this lead.
Yes, they do. This is... Oh, and they're down a player already, and the Carbon is on the hunt. Thankfully, 96 able to take them out before they can do any more damage. And there goes the Rainmaker down. Are they finally going to be able to get this moving again? It's been the entire game. They've not been able to get back to kind of that 51-point marker. But the Carbon! Oh, God! This is not going well.
Very more common words have never been spoken. Ugh, but the Carbon. Very, that's the Carbon way, if anything. And now we're upon about 15 seconds left, and they're going to stall it out, bring it back into their own spawn so the other team can't get to it. Physically, maybe not enough time, despite the fact that we have a rushing 96. They're going to vac the Rainmaker, and oh my gosh, sorry. Critical mistake on match point for Fall Guys, bringing it back into their spawn to deny the other team, but the 96 getting the clutchest pick at the end there and vacking the Rainmaker to allow their team to pop it. So when they picked it up, they were right by spawn and immediately got the lead. Fall Guys have got to be hitting themselves in the head for that play.
Oh my God. Yeah, that is so standard for teams to be like, okay, we're good, just keep it protected. But you really have to be so aware that it doesn't take much to get up that ramp, and especially when a number of your teammates are down. Like, it's not as protected as it would be on some other maps because there's both directions. Oh my God, I'm still reeling from that personally. I'm still absolutely reeling. That's wild. Like, look, can't make the jump.
They couldn't make the jump. Really, I think if you're going to back up here, I mean, woulda, shoulda, coulda, but you might want to back up behind the podium, make it a little bit harder for the other team to get to you. But in all fairness, I think they thought they could make that jump. They couldn't make it, so that was just that at that point.
Block is there, yeah.
Yeah, one-way drop, unfortunately. So that is just unfortunate. I hope that Fall Guys are not too hard of themselves, but Oof. Oof. I think I was kind of like you saw, I was sundowning. I thought it was curtains, but
Yep.
you know, sometimes what I always say, Zari, is a good offense is a good defense if you just keep sort of fighting forward. I think that's the best way to ensure that they do not get that lead, especially when it's on the right side and it's so hard to get points there. So,
Yeah, that's so true. You have to be also so careful with that. Like, most of the time it's safe, it's fine, but if one thing goes wrong, like, you've now possibly handed the win to your enemies, so you have to be so careful.
but you know what? Sorry, this is a double elim, so that is going to send them down, I believe, to losers bracket. We haven't seen necessarily the last of Fall Guys, but in the meantime, I think we might go to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everybody. Did you miss us? See, usually I say, go get a snack, you know, go get something. I didn't say that. I never said that.
You shouldn't have gone up. You didn't. We didn't tell you to leave. We didn't tell you to go get anything. No.
I did say we would be right back, and we are. So welcome back, everybody.
Is that mincemeat? Are we going to mincemeat? Wait. Oh my god.
Well, you know what? That's not our problem, sorry. That's NM and Splat Diamond Alazia's problem. And for anyone who just so happened to pop in during that microscopic break, welcome back. I'm Sassy here with Zari. And we're moving on. I say moving on. That's not true. We're in the same exact place as we are in the bracket, I believe. And we're going right back to the mall to Barnacle and Dime Rainmaker this time.
Yes, something just a little bit different. Also, important to note, because we didn't really mention this to begin with, but we are still in round 2. So we were in round 2 last round, and we're still in round... This is round 2 part 2. Because we didn't actually look at any round 1s.
Because I'm just like, I was going to say we're moving on through the bracket, and then I said, no, we're not. We're in the same place. Because, like you said, it's the same round. So, both, I'm going to be interested to see what we have going on here. Oh, interesting. 2 gals, a Nautilus and a Snipe Rider on the other side. Maybe a bit more standard. We have dualies, a gal, and a shot. Now, I feel like we've been seeing a big rise in splatling and charger play. A lot of pen plus maybe heavies, Nautiluses, stuff like that. So definitely interesting to see that. But you see right off the top, Splat Diamond Azalea losing 2 members, I believe, to Azuka. So now they're at the point where they just have to sort of manage and try and stop this checkpoint from being broken open in the first 30 seconds, essentially.
That is always... It always feels so incredibly mean when you just catch a person in the middle of a vacuum and there's just no escape.
Yeah, sitting duck.
Yeah. But yeah, NM continuing to push, continuing to keep the pressure on. And as they get down, in the single digits, is this gonna be it? Okay, that's a quick hit. Oh my god.
Wow. Definitely looked like a scene from The Matrix there. Just everything going, whizzing past the Rainmaker holder as they brought that to victory. I thought for sure that they'd go down, but maybe Splat Diamond Alazia with...
Say nothing.
Oh my gosh! I can't tell if that was on purpose or not. Doing a replay to the prior game. Diabolical. Oh, fair. No replays for the game. It was pretty short. I think it was done in under a minute. So NM kind of putting their flag kind of down and saying like, this is what we got going on. So now that they're on set point, Flat Diamond, Alasia, I don't feel like they've even necessarily gotten a chance to get a feel for what they're up against. So they're really going to have to lock in this time around.
Wait.
Squints.
Did Splat Diamond win that one? I feel like
maybe they were
that just changed.
Yeah, and it says so on Sendo. So perhaps they were incorrectly maybe labeled in that first game.
Wow. Okay.
Because they're self-reporting on Sendo. So our bad.
In our defense, we didn't have the critical information.
No, we did nothing wrong, mind you. In case you're curious. It's not our fault. But I'm being gracious. Our bad.
Very gracious. Important to note, because I feel like I must always call out which team has picked the insane pick. NM have chosen Mincemeat. This is their choice.
Name them.
They did this.
You did this. So far, no changes. I wonder what it is about NM that they feel so inclined to go for a mincemeat zones, especially this place is well known for being a leader map, so the fact that they're not running one, I have to wonder, what's in the sauce?
Yeah, what are they trying to get cooking? Well, at the moment, if our labeling is to be believed, they are in control. So they're doing something. That's 2 down on Splat Diamond. They are struggling a little bit, but they are able to get the zone. But they do lose a player in the process, and the zone switches straight back again.
Oh, actually, you said it was NM that picked Mincemeat?
Yeah.
I can kind of see that. I think that Nautilus is pretty strong here. I feel like when you're, firstly, Rain, not having to go through mid and just being able to throw that Rain over the zone can be super helpful. I feel like Nautilus can just kind of walk and catch anybody who's on the other side. And you see, I think that NM is starting to really organize themselves and get themselves together. And you have a really critical pick there from the pen. I was starting to think that they might go down to that 96, but really good job fending them off.
Yep, but as we've been talking about this, look at those points. They're already down to 31 here. The zone does switch. They do now have 47 points to work through when they get it back again, if they get it back again. But that is good. That's a good push to be at, especially a minute and a half in.
Golly, Sugar Yoshi just having to get out of dodge between that active crab and them kind of playing laser tag with the pen in mid. I think they just had to call it a day. And you see Splat Diamond, Alasia, they had a short penalty going on, so they made it through a lot of their points. But in the meantime, NM have snatched back that zone. They are making their way through their own penalty. And it just feels like you can tell that they picked this. They have like a marvelous control over everything that's going on.
Yes, they do. There's moments like right now where Splat Alasia are able to get control, but for the most part, it just doesn't last, right? They're not able to kind of like make it stick, as it were. There's a lot of players over there on the left. 3 go down, but 1 is able to get out there. And the zone flip-flopping again, back into the control of NM. They continue to kind of make it Splat Alesia's problem.
Honestly, it doesn't hurt that NM just, once again, their comp is really well made for this. They have that rain, and while they send the rain out, even though this isn't Rainmaker, they're still running that 96 back. So all of those Zukas can just be backed up. They can just not go down to that, I believe, if they just so choose. And you're trying to get paint down to counter that rain. Meanwhile, they're zuking, so just a really strong hold. If they're able to hold this, that is going to be game. And with the dualies being the only one up, easy control for an NM, and they've really masterfully shown why this is their pick here. Tying it up 1-1.
Yes, indeed. Both these teams are showing what they are quite good at, in fact, because that is a KO each, actually. So going into Clan Blitz, I don't really know what to say. I don't really know what to expect here.
Well, I'd argue it's really good on NM because Splat Diamond is Alasia. What momentum coming out of that first game to just, if this were a scrim, they'd ask for a replay. It was over so fast that I feel like that can be really demoralizing. Even if you're on your home base, it might just feel like, uh-oh, we're getting skill diffed. Not to mention, if you look at both of these teams' seeds in the tourney, I think NM is our 4th seed. Going up against our 13 seed in Splat Diamond, Alasia. So actually, maybe that making a little bit more sense rather than getting knocked out by the 4th seed. They got knocked out by the 13 seed, so maybe they had their defenses a little low, thinking, we've got this. But look at that, we're at a game 3.
Yeah, we are indeed. Our second game 3 of round 2. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see when it comes to specifically this map mode, because like there's a lot of room in the same kind of way as Mincemeat. There's a lot of like room and kind of sight lines that can work quite well for sniper riders. And also when you've got that kind of pushing momentum, you're very able to kind of get them kind of stuck and cornered. So I'm just intrigued to see if this will be the comeback for Splat Diamond Azalea, or if NM are just going to continue their momentum.
Well, we have a switch off of that Gal instead to the V-Slosher, so they have Tri-Strikes ready for that push, and I think also a switch onto the Sticker Stamper. They have a Booyah. I think both of these teams may be recognizing that they have to put a little bit more of their stock in their retake. But the Pen gonna stop that really quick push right in its tracks. The core are gonna come out for just about everybody. And both of these teams, you know how it is. Scuffle in mid until you get the clams and the person advantage to move forward.
Yes, indeed. It's just kind of, getting that advantage and capitalize on it, and having the tools to capitalize on it as quickly as possible. And they are definitely making some moves here. Splat Diamond Azalea are trying to get the clams in the right person's hands, and they are able to make a power clam. But are they going to have any follow-up here? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think sometimes you do see that a team wins its fights, but once it's under the basket, they kind of, they're stuck there, so to speak, with their pants now. They don't have the clam economy that they need, and you see this back going to be the only person up. That is a delayed wipe, and so Splat Diamond Alasia are going to take advantage of that by immediately rushing. They get a little bit checked by that Pen. They don't want to overextend and immediately be mowed down, lose themselves the chance that they've gotten from that wipeout. But that Zuka, gonna get a pick on that Pen. I think that's going to be huge for them because that opens things a little bit up so that they can finally score once again on that basket and hopefully get below that 60-point line.
Yep. Yes, indeed. They're just kind of, again, gonna have to bide their time. At this point, both of these teams are so evenly matched that they are just kind of like, it's whoever makes the mistake, you know? Whoever loses more players.
It feels like that's kind of what they're looking for. They're looking for the mistake. And speaking of mistake, there's going to be a Squid Surge up there that immediately kind of gets mowed down there. And the barrier is open. Finally, they're able to score once again, down to the 60s, to not quite past that 60-point mark. I think, like you said, teams being evenly matched. Neither of these teams are making very easy, common mistakes. They know that they're going to drop down to losers if they lose this. So a lot of careful play, I feel like we're seeing out of them.
Yes, indeed. It's like they can't get a fully, like a clean push, right? So they can't get more, because you see so often, especially even on this map, that teams get locked up in their spawns for a bit, and then there's enough time to put at least like 2 parklams in. But we haven't been seeing that, not really. The point that no one's below 60 is wild, but really does show how even these guys are. So we continue to kind of fight for this neutral, and then pushing up. Do they have enough to get to 63?
I wouldn't be shocked, because I feel like Splat Diamond and Alazia are in a pretty difficult position. One of their members goes down, and I think finally they've ended this push. A little bit less substantive than you would think, given you know, their positioning there. So currently Splat Diamond, Alazia, they have a crab that gets canceled immediately, I believe, with a bomb. And with that wipeout, that is going to be it for that push. They were well poised to kind of come back, but now, once again, NM, they're in the position to even widen this gap.
Yes, indeed. There goes the parklam. There goes a pick, 2 picks, 3 picks. They do have a lot of clams. They're just kind of, you know, keeping it alive, slowing them down, getting more picks. There goes the aura. And there's a parklam in this game. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah, I think when it was crunch time, unfortunately for Splat Diamond Alazia, they just needed to stay up. They needed to live, and we were saying, Zari, about how both of these teams were just kind of waiting for the other one to make a mistake so that they could capitalize off of it. And I think we saw that mistake coming out of Splat Diamond Alazia, and NM took advantage of it accordingly.
Yes, they did. We saw it start to crumble. Like, they had those 2 parklams sitting. Like, they were ready for a push, but we saw it start to crumble whenever that crab died, right? It happened, like, frame 1, and then the rest of it just fell apart. But for most of that game, it was so even. These teams were not, like, ahead of each other by more than, like, 20 points until, I think, this push might get to 50? And I think that's when, like, it starts to kind of lean heavier and heavier towards NM, and then they stop the counter push, and then they're able to kind of just fully end it after that.
Yeah, and I was thinking to myself, down to 50, that's not much. I think that Splat Diamond and Alazia could still come back, and if that crab didn't go down and they got their successful push, you know, we might be singing a different tune, sort of. I think this push, I thought it'd be more substantive, but everybody kind of went down one by one. The VAC also a little bit far back from that basket, so I think that allows some people to go down, unfortunately. And yeah, like I said before, both of these teams were really tight. They had to make sure that they weren't making unnecessary mistakes, and I think in going down too often, NM capitalized off of it, and they take the set and stay in the winner's bracket.
Damn right they do, but this is still double elim, so that's not the end of Splat Diamond Alazia's run here. We might see them later in the losers bracket if they're able to kind of keep on the momentum from the start of this set. Because yet again, they took that first game within like a minute, roughly, maybe just over. Like we didn't really get to see very much of what was happening because it was already over. So they definitely have it in them to be like very aggressive and pick those fights well. But also, we are not going to be going to a break today. We are on to round 3. Okay, what is insert fact joke versus epithet? Okay. Let's
Sorry
get
for all
ourselves
you
set up.
break likers.
None of that.
Not today. Yes,
Not today
we
at
are
all.
here with insert vac joke. I think sometimes I get it. I'm too lazy. Like, when you go, there's a joke here somewhere, but I'm not in the mood to figure out what it is, Oh, suck, whatever. They're not in the mood to make it. They're like, you get it. You get the point. We're running vac, probably, maybe. Sometimes it's kind of a fake out, you have like a team roller and then there's no rollers on the team. I remember at Don't Flounder at the function, I said, Strings plays edit, and they say, are you sure Strings doesn't play bow? And I'm like, I'm sure. Sometimes it seems like it's going to be a thing and it's not that thing at all. So we'll be on a lookout for whether the vac joke is that they're not running vac on Clam's Scorch.
Yes, which I think, like, everyone's running back on Rainmaker at the moment. We've been seeing that in the past 2 sets. But is the vac joke that they never not run it? Is that the vibe? I don't know. Well, they've got one this round.
I think the vac joke, we're gonna be running vac. We have a blaster. Surprised that this is the first time we're seeing blaster in this tourney. Of course, after those buffs, definitely more prevalent use these days. And the other team going to have a Luna. I think playing into the fact that AoE is so strong, along with a splash and a gal. So right off the top, that vac is active, but the vac joke is that they were not able to get anybody. But look at that, 2 picks down just in one fell swoop, and a basket open there.
Indeed. I will also mention that specifically that Luna. If you see the name acing and you don't see a Luna, then it's a weird day. So that is to be expected. When acing's in the lobby, they are playing Luna. Oh my god.
Fair enough. I was just like, oh, there's a Luna here. Did not check who had it. And I think insert vac joke has that vac open along with that bubble. This is a very defensive comp, but ultimately they're going to get a pick on them since due to their positioning. They take the lead with that jump in, and Wee Wee Cat going back to their basket, but they're going to go down, and that is disaster because this is Scorch Gorge. This is a small place, and whenever you go down in a wipeout, you're asking for a counter push.
Yes, indeed. It really doesn't take much. And there they are. There's the lead. They've got that crab kind of locking down the kind of bridge over from mid there, making sure that insert vac joke don't really have space to like set up and pressure one side because they have to pressure both. But the basket, it just keeps staying open. Oh my goodness, they keep getting fixed.
And they choose not to use the vac, and ultimately they go down a pretty strong push down to 37. Is really going to serve Epitaph. I feel like they can now play a little bit defensively if they so choose, but like I said before, I think a good defense is a good offense. They might just want to finish this off, especially because there's 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. I had to have a little giggle at the pen dropping the power clam simply to pick it up immediately once again. And oh gosh. Ooh, solo vac. That's not what you want to see. And I think they have enough to... No, they have their penalty to deal with. So, did they get both of those balls in? Those power clams?
Yeah.
Oh, well...
Much penalty.
Yeah, it was just kind of gobbled up by that penalty there. 2 going on, acing, sharking, probably to just harass the leader when they get the opportunity. And, whoa! Is that acing? It is!
Yes.
Acing gonna get a pick on 2 people and activate that flow, or that's the power of the Luna.
Especially when you do not know where the Luna is. That is the problem. You don't know where the Luna is, they're probably about to kill you.
Oh no. Especially acing, you can see the expertise in that weapon, just holding tight in that speck of ink. I think lesser players would have been afraid and would have just maybe jumped out and gotten out of there, but they got a really critical two-piece off of that. Meanwhile, I think Epitaph poised once again to push, and they're trying to just dive it. Their last player is not there. It's acing, going to just fizzy and make it a little bit harder for them to score on their basket, but there's just 1 minute left. And insert back joke, gonna really have to organize themselves if they hope to take this, because essentially they're looking down the barrel of close to a knockout if they want to take this first game.
Yes, indeed. We see this back, hopefully. Oh, able to keep them alive, but they jumped in behind them. Oh my goodness. And yep, that player's not going to be able to hold their own there on their own. And that, yeah, that football is fully gone. So they have about 20-ish seconds to get that pity moving, I suppose. At least they have overtime, but they need to keep that alive.
Yeah, I feel like despite them being insert vac choke, we're having a little bit of trouble with the vac. It feels like the vac is only active when they're the only person up, and that's creating a struggle for them. But in the meantime, I think insert vac joke has kind of weak clam economy. They have, I think, their pity clam, and even worse, the one holding their clam is going to go down into a wipeout. So that's going to be it. I think for style points, they throw that that power clam off the side, and Epitaph with a pretty dominant win here in this first game.
Yes, very much so. Like, the Insert Vector was still able to get some things done, but near the end of that game, they just really couldn't get near the basket. They couldn't really get much into it, and so it just kind of kept being Epitaph's game of just like, oh, well, it's our time to push again. And they kept getting closer and closer to that knockout. Not quite getting the full way, but very, very strong showing there.
Yeah, I think Epitaph, they just kind of did what they do best. You have acing getting a lot of value off of sharking, especially because they're up against a leader. So it doesn't help that I think insert vac joke, they just have really defensive specials, I guess, but they have practically no retake. They have nothing really to fight with. They've got their cooler. They have, what, a wave breaker, a vac, and a bubble. So in that, it means when it's time to fight, they're just going to have to trust their main weapons. And I think that Epitaph are nothing to sneeze at. They have a gal. You know, you don't want to fight a gal if you can help it. Or that Luna, and they have a splash, I think, as well. So insert vac joke, I think, I'm assuming they're going to be having that vac once again on that 96 here in Rainmaker, Barnacle, and Dime. But here, I'd argue more so than Clams, you have a risk kind of for being locked out with the other team pushing. So I think we have to maybe play around the vac even more. Whereas you have, because it feels like the vac is kind of in the back. Everybody goes down. The vac is the only person alive. So the 4 people just collapse on the vac, and that's all she wrote. So if you're able to sort of take these fights, you're fighting that Luna in a 1v1, but there's also a vac. The Luna has nowhere to go. They have no paint on the ground, and maybe that's a little bit more helpful for getting ahead in this next game.
Yeah, kind of work like a unit, remembering that vac keeps you safe, right? So it needs to be popped before everyone, like at the most crucial moment, whenever something will kill your teammates, right? That's where, like, it can eat specials, it can eat Luna shots, it can keep you up. So it's important to keep that in mind. Intrigued to see that we continue to have an E-leader on the side of insert back joke. Definitely something that can work. Just also means that you have to be ready to push, like be ready to kind of get the right angles with it. But yeah, already very good start from Insert Back Joke.
Yes, they not only get the check, but they're able to pick it up once again and start moving to that left. They're being counter-vacked currently, so they try to eke out as many points as they can, and it's just the leader who isn't going to successfully jump out, so the Gal just making a break for the enemy. Plat puts down a wall and activates those whales and gets a pick while they're at it, so I think that's going to just about probably be a free check. At least it was probably going to be until that Kraken got popped. So Skittles right now just trying to avoid it, doesn't do so successfully, and what seemed like a certain check is going to be shut down early.
Yes, indeed, an Insert Back Joke continuing to make it kind of a mess for Epita to get, like, keep stuff alive, keep it moving. Oh my goodness. As just, I think they're kind of in this neutral at the moment, using back after back to keep stuff going.
Oh my gosh, this has got to be annoying because I know I'm just trying to fight a guy, they pop back, I'm bad. I just jump out. I'm like, I don't want to deal with this. I leave, and there's a lot of back going on. Skittles once again on the Rainmaker, gonna give it a second try here, wait for their team to maybe go in and get rid of the people that are contesting that check for them. But the back is active, but you cannot back a Kraken. The Kraken gets this critical pick on both the back and the Rainmaker holder, and that is shutting down the push. This is the only person left alive, and they go down in a trade.
They do indeed. It just kind of stalls for now as Insert Back Joke set back up, get back into position, but here comes the hammer. Are they going to be able to get a pick? No! No, they are not, as Asing ends up going down. We were able to get that, or well, trying to get that, trying to get that Rainmaker out of there. Not able to achieve it once all of Epita kind of turns and looks at them. Is Skittles going to be able to survive? The 96 is looking right at them. Oh my goodness, that's a tiny bit of health. No, still can't make it up the checkpoint.
Yeah, Insert Back Joke has really been doing a great job of denying them that check. And I always love to see that because it's like, obviously, the check is mandatory, and I feel like it can become a thorn in your side when you're like, even if you get a wipeout, you want to keep that momentum going, but this is not Splatoon 2. You can't just make a rush for that final go. You do have to get it. So the fact that they haven't gotten it yet is super huge. You see the Kraken just camping that jump. Gonna be super helpful for them, but unfortunately they drop down into that Rainmaker free zone. So I suck, baby. Perhaps that's one of the back jokes we are meant to insert. Gonna go down there, and we are coming up on just 1 minute left. Insert back joke. I've decried their defensive play, but I think that's really helping them out this time around. Ah. Nice back there on that checkpoint. But now that it's breaking open, I think we're a little bit in crunch time because I think Epitaph has a good sort of spacing where they might be able to just, what's the word? They might be able to just kind of take this lead. They're right there. We do have the pop there from Insert Back Joke, and they are doing the same thing we saw before. They're taking it back to spawn, except I think instead they're going to stall it to that left, and it is quite difficult for Epitaph to get it from here. So hopefully they don't come to regret moving it back into their spot.
Yes, because we have definitely seen that have its own issues before. Ooh, they're not able to kind of get it off that plat, but yet again, it's hard to get up there. No, it's not hard to get up there.
Oh no!
With those steps! Oh no!
Oh my god!
Again! Oh my god! Insert Back Joke making not the right choice there, but there is still time. There's still some time.
I don't even know what to say about
I
this.
don't
Sorry,
know.
we're in overtime. They do
Yeah.
have the Rainmaker, but one of their teammates going to get that person down. I think at this point, we simply, especially because Barnacle and Dime has a lot of water hazard, maybe we just jump it off and we reset it. into mid. Now, granted, I will have to grant them that they were trying to jump it down at the last second into the Rainmaker free zone. That would have been extremely difficult here on this bottom left to get it back to where they needed it to be if they successfully made that jump, but they went down before it. So it's a risk you take when you run it back at the last second, and we're seeing now why that was. Very unfortunate, seeing as though insert back joke were pretty dominant for a lot of the game.
Yes, they were. And it just felt like they had that. But as we've been seeing, we've seen this in the first set of games we saw earlier. You just, it's always a possibility when you have it up there. It's always a possibility that it all goes wrong. So, especially surprisingly today, okay? If you're on one of those teams, especially if you're going to be on stream, we're seeing a trend right now. I don't think you want to be part of that trend. It's not a good time for you. The enemy team likes
not for
it.
Us.
I can. Yeah, we're loving it.
Oh no.
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
very unfortunate play. I think that I get this in something like a Scorch Gorge maybe, where it's just massive in the chances. If they're all respawning and you're in your own spawn, they just physically don't have enough time to get to you. But I think that honestly, you very rarely see people backing up to their own spawn in top level play, and this perhaps is why. Because it can be so dangerous, and you don't want to trigger the small tiny chance that somebody is able to get a pick on you in this absurd place and then somehow pick it up. So very unfortunate there for insert back joke, especially because it is handed Epitaph the set point here on Haggle Tower, and that's not where I want to be on set point. Haggle Tower can be really snowbally and very difficult, so we'll see how this ends up working out for them. I think we have no switches on either of these teams with the exception of the Custom Blaster. Gonna have that splash down instead of the bubble. Very interesting pick for a tower comp.
Yes, I was gonna say very interesting. But I suppose there isn't one on either side, and these snipers in good positions will always make it difficult to push. So maybe they're just kind of committing. But yeah, they want more firepower out of their specials. So we are kind of just fighting for neutral, waiting for someone to go down. There we go. There's the first one, and there is the top Kraken. They're not able to get to Skittles before away they go. But another player does end up going down. Ooh, World jumping in. Yep, jumping out as they should.
Yes, that splashdown, I think not quite going to take that hammer down with them. It's just the leader into a wipeout. They chuck that hammer and get rid of them. So Epitaph riding that into mid. They have begun their own push, and I think they're cruising to one of the harder checkpoints for sure, and that is that first checkpoint where you have that easy defending station for insert back joke. So we'll see if they're able to contend it.
Yes, and especially both teams having that, like, a gal with a wall makes it really hard to get through there. Though it does seem like Epita's keeping it up for the moment, and they're able to get through it and continue pushing towards that second checkpoint. With a very nice pick there, and that is 3 down on the side of insert back joke. Very much keeping that going.
This is the snowball I was talking about. I feel like once they get past that first into that second checkpoint, at that point, it just feels unstoppable. It's like a runaway train, but wipeout gonna happen here. That's exactly what insert back joke needed to shut down. Like I said, that runaway train, and now they've moved their way into mid. They have a cooler ready, and they can counter push and get some points on the board for themselves.
Yes, indeed they can. But yeah, as you were saying, like, once you get through that second checkpoint, that is actually really good to hold. But it depends on if they're going to be able to kind of get, if Insert Vector can get anywhere near that, right? The like point of no return, I will always say, is getting to that third checkpoint, which they didn't get to. So there's still definitely all to play for here, but it is just, oh, this map. That third checkpoint is just kind of like the point of no return.
Yeah, I think that honestly, once you're at that third checkpoint, because it's like 8 points to final, it is just kind of GG's once you head there. It's very rare that you get that third checkpoint and don't just completely knock out. But you see, I think that's 3 members down for Insert Back Joke. Once again, it's just going to be the leader who is up. So they are up against the pen. Gonna want to get that pick to maybe deny the team their cooler that you see is going to go down for them. So Epitaph still in good placing. But we have a double DC? Am I seeing correctly? How did that happen? What is going?
Yeah. And there is not a replay to be had at this time in the match and at this score. Like, there just isn't. That is very unfortunate on the side of that joke. Oh.
Oh, yeah, so Epitaph just gonna booyah. There's nothing that can really be done. 3v4s are hard enough. 2v4s are absolutely impossible. That was a simultaneous TC from 2 members. I can only wonder what happened there.
Yeah, that is not, like, we do see DCs at times, but like not at the same time. Oh.
Yeah. The same exact time. That is crazy. And it's unfortunate. They were already in a very disadvantaged position, so
yep. It wasn't like they could hold it out and try and like continue a push that was already going. They were already on the defensive, which is even more difficult to kind of make that work. So, very,
I don't even want to say like, oh, like, was that planned or something? Because like, what are the chances that like 2 people just get booted? Yeah, I don't.
Just absolutely, like, they're just gone. Yeah, that really does not happen very often. I would say it's most likely just very, very unfortunate timing. But that
I just hope it wasn't like, you know, Nintendo, like you know,
Nintendo.
like where you just got booted and it's not your internet, because at that point, like, you know, what can you do? I mean, sometimes you even get DCs on land, so
I know a very specific person in the UK scene who would get horrendous DCs at LAN, and then we find out later that there was actually something wrong with his Switch. It was,
oh my gosh,
it was so bad. He was so prolific for it. But yeah, there was actually
let that be a listen to all of you. Check your Switches. Make sure that they're all ready to go. And in the meantime, we are ready to go to a break.
A real one this time. Oh my god. Jorian's gonna come back and be like, no, you're on in 5.
Listen, and 5 minutes is enough time for y'all to get a snack or some water, hydrate, and we will be right back. Hopefully not with another Rainmaker incident.
Yes, hopefully.
Hello, everybody. Did you enjoy your break? We did. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 365, all around the world. 365, full circle. I'm Saucy here with Zari, and we're going to be taking a look at Blanks versus NM. They're back.
They are indeed. Yes, we did see NM, what, two sets ago? When we were still, when we were in part 2 of round 2. Still confusing me, to this day. But because of course NM returns, you'll never guess what else returns. Mincemeat. Mincemeat, we're back again. But intriguing to see that we've also got Hammerhead. I suppose it's not as bad as it used to be, but I still, every time I see it, I'm like, I shudder a bit. I'm like, ooh, because it brings me back to original Hammerhead in this game. Which was something.
These are pretty crazy picks. Wait, who is it that picked him? Because before, I think we're like, NM must have at least I thought NM must have a leader with Mincemeat. And they ended up not having one. And they're up against, I would say, like some of the weekly warriors of the EU. It's going to be Blanks. And they are our first seed. And we'll see how they do here. You know, their Ludi performance, not necessarily all that strong. So seeing as though, unfortunately, they went 0-5, they're going to be looking for a win here for the entire tourney.
Yes, indeed. Also, important to note that Blanks is turning up with a comp that has 2 separate bubble shields. So that's certainly an interesting pick, especially since this isn't tower control. But it can still be very helpful on clams. But yeah, just interesting to think about their comp a little bit.
Yeah. I think that the angle here seems to be that they're just trying to sustain their pushes. Maybe there has been an issue in the past, but you set down that bubble, everybody jumps into it. They get those, the power clam, maybe those clams into the basket, and then you shred through it, especially because you've got a Nautilus that can try and do that. And guess what? Another bubble right there waiting for you. So Havana gonna be behind the pillow, just kind of getting that paint down, trying to keep that space on the plat, seeing as though NM has a really brutal clam economy in their pockets.
Yeah, they are certainly ready for this opportunity that they have just been presented. Good to get rid of that before they're able to jump through to it. But yeah, there's 2 power clams on the side of NM here, but are they going to be able to get further forward? No. Well, one of them is, but they do end up having to kind of pull that power clam back to spawn to go on a defensive right now.
Yeah, that's one of the worst things is when you're mid-push and then somehow everything has happened behind you and you have to just shut it down. You're ready for the push. And you see here, this is the use of the bubble. A jump in from the ramp straight to the basket is going to get them down to that magical 60 points. So Blanks moving ahead with the lead so far, but not without NM ready to counter push.
Yes, indeed. And they've already got that in. If they get this power clam in, then they will have lead. And there it is! Ooh, 48 is a nice place to be at. But Umaha here just trying to kind of stay alive. They have enough to get a power clam if they wanted one, but I don't think it would be very... Well, they do get one. I was going to say, I don't think it would be very helpful for them right now, but what? Oh, the...
Whiffed! Whiffed!
That's incredible. What a play. What a way to counter that, just using the bubble for that. Oh, incredible.
Wow. Literally, that has got to hurt. That wall basically just countered that double jump in that would have gotten them just around the lead. So, I also feel like we're seeing some interesting walls out there. Kudo able to just chuck that in before going down. Sugar Yoshi, I think, just recognizing that that's done. So taking that mid spinner, they're going to get downed by that blaster as well. And here are the signature bubbles we've been seeing there out of Blanks.
Yes, indeed. we can see that they're realizing they need to be backing up a bit here with where NM have pushed up to. They've almost got a power clam here, and they do have one, but I don't think they have quite the ability to push through yet. Yeah, with one player going down, they definitely don't. Are they going to be able to keep that power clam up? They're jumping back. They've decided that is not the way to push this right now. Oh, here comes the ball, and Umaha staying alive, but are they going to be able to stay alive kind of long enough to stay alive? Oh my god, well, they've lost one of them, and unfortunate.
Yeah, it always is the last one. That's so unfortunate, but you have this second jump in. Habna gonna chuck that in, and I think they're so close to lead, especially when they were so close to going down. So they just need one more. They have an active crab, and a wipeout is going to give them the lead because everybody is nice and free to go. So yeah, just 20 seconds left. I think that NM can still make something happen if they're able to get down all of these members and shred all of those bubbles.
Indeed, indeed. There we go. The finally the basket closes, but still with where Benji and Habna are, it just makes it so incredibly difficult for them for NM to get anything done. Look at how orange everything is. Like, where are you going to be able to go? They at least have overtime, but they need to get some picks. Am I able to get one? Are they going to be able to get through
to the plat? Are they at the enemy plat? Oh, they are on the spinner, and then there is a vac, and they get that in. They just need subsequent just a few more if they're able to toss it, and they do get that in. Before they go down, they get in the clams. Yes, and I think that is a loss for Blanks. They lost the lead at the end there. NM just barely by the skin of their teeth taking that game. What action, sorry, what?
And taking that yet again from top seed. Top seed. Oh my god.
This replay, they fumbled 2 balls there because this is Boca-chan putting a well-placed wall. I've actually been keeping an eye on Boca-chan this entire time. And like, it's been interesting in that a lot of the time you'll see a gal just set up a wall in front of them, but they've been setting it up at the side so that they cannot be flanked. So that has definitely been interesting and surely ended up serving them. You see, I think this is the last push we see out of Blanks. They have that crab, they get this wipeout, and they go down as much as they can, but all in the, you see the indicator down there on the enemy plat, was that power clam. A lot of good picks happening. They do open that up. It's looking like all is sort of lost. You have 3 active people, but somehow
the one
somehow
gets through. Oh my god, it also shows you how like the every kind of like push or miss power clam or like missed opportunity to get 1 extra clam can really add up in moments like that. All it takes is them having to put a bit more in, right? And then Blanks would have taken that.
We have quite a few changes here. A change onto the Grimm's Blaster, the one with Crab, and Habana changing over to the Hydra, particularly the one with Bubble. Once again, they have a junior. They're planning to go with the double bubble comp. Yep. And we'll see how that serves them here in Tower. You mentioned Zari before. You're like, double bubble? Not in Tower? Well, now it is on Tower.
Yes, there we go. That's where I would expect it to be. But at the moment, NM are getting stuff, or well, starting off quite strong here. Already through that first checkpoint, but there is that constant pressure from the crab, keeping them from kind of pushing up too far. At the moment, Blanks, all of them are back. They're all kind of holding their ground on this ramp area, the snipe area up there. They're just kind of staying alive, which is annoying for NM as they try to push further. Ooh, good jump.
Yeah, but despite the fact that it feels like NM, they're the only ones who have significant points, they don't have like necessarily a hold on that. That is huge for Kudo. Getting a pick on Hobna on that Hydra. Ultimately, they go down to the Blaster, but the Blaster going to be traded out themselves. So I'd say that NM kind of coming out on top after this firefight. They take the tower, and once again, they're making a go at these points.
Yep, but the Hydra is back and alive and safe in their bubble, kind of keeping them kind of pushed back, meaning that they cannot make that push kind of go anywhere. A back against Hydras is always wild because it's just like it fills up so quickly.
But honestly, I think this is some of the best VAC play we've been seeing all day. You see the VAC is active and people fighting in it. I think Yushi gonna try and dive that tower, but gets chipped out from the rain coming out of the Nautilus. So there's just like not a lot of paint going on for them. NM have everything in a stalemate despite being really down, I'd argue, the range and the kill power. But maybe this has, we're clapping for the double bubble, but they have very little retake. Other than those bubbles, they have, I guess, a crab and they're cooler. So maybe that's why it's been so difficult so far for Blanks to push.
Yes, indeed. And Junior being the only one up, still able to put down that bubble. Trades out, but is able to kind of keep the entirety of mid in possession of Blanks, meaning that whenever their team comes back, there's not much, like, they haven't lost much ground, right? The fight has still stayed kind of ahead of mid until now.
Golly, yeah. Not to mention,
left.
Blanks doesn't have that much fighting power either. Of course, you have the Blaster, the Grims, but I think Grims as a sub has like Beacon. They don't have that many bombs going on, and a Zap and a Junior. Not necessarily so great for fighting. So NM has managed to take their space back. They're moving along with that rain. I think the Crab is active and bombing that tower, but not quite able to find anything. So I think that NM, they're playing a little bit defensively, but 76 to 63, despite the fact that they've had Blanks in a chokehold, it can be so easy to overturn a lead like this. So we'll see how it works out for them.
Yes, indeed. All it takes is a wipe here. Oh, there's a fucking bubble. But, oh, is this going to be it?
Ooh!
This is it! That's, oh, they take it to 1 point ahead, and with only a minute left, like, this, it could be a winning point differential here. That is possible. What a win to get 62? Oh
yeah, the fact that neither of these teams have really even got within spitting distance of that that checkpoint is crazy, but the VAC is going to kind of be like a pseudo bubble there. It is going to allow them to stay on there, but they all go down before they're able to get past that point. So we have several jump-ins. Kudo going to just try and stick it out on that tower. I think they're going to get the lead. They do in these last 10 seconds. The Blaster ultimately just annihilates anyone who's stepping on that tower. So now the name of the game is making sure everybody stays down. It's just Hobna who's up on Blanks. So NM going to what felt like a tango. Both of these teams just moving around each other in mid, trying not to step on each other's feet. Ends up with neither team touching the second checkpoint. A win for NM.
That is so wild. Like, you don't see Hammerhead, right? You just don't see it. Especially not on Tar that often. Like, it's just so flat and so open that you shouldn't be able to have a stalemate in mid for that long. Like, that shouldn't be possible. And yet, here we are, both of these teams, like, definitely able to kind of hold on at moments when normally you'd see a wipeout. And it really, really coming down to that kind of final push-up. Did they really win on, like, what was it? 54! 54! Are you kidding me? 54 on Hammerhead? Oh, what are these games today? I don't understand. They're fucking insane. Okay. But yeah, that puts us ready for a tie. Like, not tie. What's the word?
Game
yeah.
point? Match point?
Match point. Thank you. Match point's the word I was looking for. It puts us at match point for Splat Zones Manta Maria. And these have been such insane games. These 2 games, insane. Oh my god. And I'm like pulling out all the stops here.
Yeah, but we're moving into Manta Maria zones. Habana is always going to be on a Splatling. And I, as a Splatling player myself, so to speak, this is a Splatling map. Really strong to be on Splatling, sit in your bunker, mow people down. So I'm expecting maybe an edit, if they're feeling frisky, maybe a Hydra, but not a great pen map.
No.
Manta Maria. So we've been seeing NM running a pen. I'm curious to see if they switch over to a Zap, if they have an edit instead, or if they just kind of thug it out with the pen. I've seen most teams just kind of have the pen, even though it's a little bit less effective. But given the advantage given to Splatlings, we might see a bit of a turnaround here. They are going to go with the pen. Might be that they already have a Nautilus. You don't double Splatling. That's a lot of downtime to have team.
Yes, it is absolutely. And also important to note that already straight off the bat the Dapples go down. But the 2 bubbles also, you can put 1 on each zone. Not that we're going to see that quite yet with NM in control immediately.
Yeah, I was just thinking that the double bubble may be super useful here, because with the double zone, it's so difficult to sort of bank your progress. But I think we're going to see a pick there, Flo, or immediately getting canceled out. Benny trying to get picks, but also maybe trying to put some paint down as well as a blaster. Very unfortunate that is the case, but they do break through just to get checked for their overextension. And M making quick work of blanks, and now it's just about managing both of those zones.
Yes, indeed. Oh, I will say that seeing the Vax be used so
Paint the zone, guys.
effectively. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Sorry.
Seeing the Vax be used so effectively, no, that's fair. So effectively is very, very interesting, because you only really, like, most of the time you see them consistently on Rainmaker, because of course, but like seeing them used as like a pushing tool to kind of break a hold is actually yeah, it's really nice to see. Kind of some different uses over it. There's the 2 bubbles. Are they able to get both? I don't know. There we go.
That's huge for them, putting not just some points on the board, but incurring this penalty. It's just the Nautilus that's up, and they go down as well. A delayed wipe, so Blanks has complete and utter control. They have the time to kind of set up. It feels like they haven't had that opportunity for the first 2 minutes of the game, so Hamna just going to be checking that right. Of course, there is a back shot imminent here from Umiha. That's going to go out, and they're going to manually find a pick as well. So 3 members down on NM into a wipeout means that we have a switch of hands. Blanks taking this lead, and now it is NM who's on the back.
Yes, indeed. And I'm able to find a pick here. They see the 52s trying to find their way around, but obviously they have been seen, which it makes it much more difficult to do that. And I'm trying to get they need to be able to stall out here, especially with where that paint is on the zones. Like, they just need to, again, double zones. It's really hard to like switch it back over. But NM finally able to do it.
Yeah, and there's a solid penalty too. Blanks made a really deep run down to 20. They have 61 ticks as their penalty. It's going to take a while to go through that. I think the dualies up there on the grades gets checked by the pencil for a bit of overextension, all the while NM takes the zone back. They have a low penalty, so they're going to be through this relatively quickly. But Blanks did a fantastic job of turning it around. I feel like NM really had a strong hold right on that start, and yet just something turned around mid-game about 2.5 minutes, halfway through, Blanks really figured out what they had to do to be oppressive. And since then, despite the fact that they have 2 members down, we'll see if they kind of organize the way they had earlier in the game. Hobna holding this place, gonna go down to the pencil, and this deceptively low penalty means that they might just snatch that lead back.
Yes, they have to be incredibly careful here. And a bubble can only defend you from so much. Oh my goodness. Oh, not quite able to find a pick with that, but the zones, they're flipping again, and there goes Blanks, able to take back control, put 31 penalty points onto NM, which is what they needed to feel a bit more comfortable going into kind of this last stretch. We've got about 30 seconds left on the board. NM needs to take this back if they want to possibly have enough time to do, like, to run through enough of their points there, but it's coming under the wire here.
Yeah, they have 1 in neutral. Everybody's pushed off to that left side. They lose 1 member. The blaster also goes down. That's going to be huge for them. And the pen as well. So multi is on that left. I think right now it's just like a lot of painting happening, and they're not able to put anything in neutral. So Blank's gonna take this game and stop NM from sweeping them in this set.
Mm. Damn right, we get to see a game 4. All right, and I do believe it's going to be our first game 4 of the evening of the paddling pool. Yes, indeed, we got 2 game 3s followed by a game 3 that would have been a best 5. And now we're going to see our first game 4, which is mid-speed. Anyway, going back to the game we just saw, yeah, it definitely seemed like it started so firmly in NM's hands, and then Blanks just like took it back. Like, there was some back and forth, but they were consistently getting more out of their pushes.
Yeah, what a turnaround for Blanks. It was feeling pretty bad that in this match point, NM had such dominance going on, and I can't even necessarily put my finger on what it is that changed. I think this bottom left crab was huge from multi for me. When I saw them get a point, I think they got a pick maybe, but they forced everyone on bunker to just kind of scatter. That gave them really great positioning to move forward here, whereas you see in these final seconds, NM couldn't even really contest the zone at all. Their gal went down, they had a lot of energy on them, and I think that this is the momentum stopper. Obviously, they would have lost the entire set if they lost here, but I think that gives them the momentum moving forward. So I'm guessing that this is Rainmaker. It is, hence the sploosh from the side of Blanks. And
why else did you bring a sploosh?
No changes from NM.
Indeed. Okay. And should important to note, this is an NM pick, so was the Hammerhead one. So not too much of a surprise from what we saw earlier. But they definitely seem to know what they're doing when it comes to mincemeat, or at least feel quite comfortable here.
That's just about what happens when you have a crab and you're up against a back. I know when I'm on crab edit and I pop that crab and somebody backs, I'm getting mad because that's just about what usually happens. But in the meantime, I think Kudo not able to contest this pop out of Blanks. They do get that ultimately. And nobody grabs. I think they know that they're up against a pen. Nobody has the range to contest them just yet, or the specials. The Sploosh, of course, has this hammer. They might want to toss that and make use of that way. But other than that, NM, they get the pop, and we'll see what they make with what they do with it.
Yeah, important to note as well, because of this Sploosh, we do not actually have...
Nice!
Oh, they do get it. Because of this sploosh, this is the first time that Blanks does not have the double bubble, right? That change has led to that, which, fair enough. They want a little bit more like zooming forward, painting power, and you can zoom around with a sploosh. But yeah, it does not give you the same kind of defense that they were working with.
Yes, which kind of isn't really what you super want. Like a bubble certainly has its uses in Rainmaker. You want a bubble that checks so that they can maybe get that down easily, but I think a vac is even more safer, and running double bubble in Rain with love and respect would indeed be troll. So, hence the change. We see they're out of blanks. They know exactly what it is that they have to do, and I think it's the vac that they're counting on to make that that dunk. But ultimately, they hold that for a long time. Don't get much out of it. Not to mention, NM has a counter vac ready for a push of their own. So things at a bit of a stalemate while Blanks tries to figure out how it is they're going to push.
Yes, indeed. And at the moment, while it was sitting there wasn't really any, like, NM weren't going to go get it. It was not in a position to be got, but it also wasn't in a position to be pushed either. We see the sploosh. No one knows. Oh, there's the hammer. They do get a pick with it, but I believe they were looking to get more from that. But 2 down on the side of Blanks. Are NM going to be able to get the pop and keep that moving? They have already got past the... no, they're not going to be able to do that. But they have already got past the checkpoint, which at least will help them in comparison. But, I think that's not ideal.
Yeah, everybody's down, which means that's probably going to... I say probably, it is not going to end up with free points. Everybody just collapsing upon them quick as a whip. Not to mention...
Definitely a tactic cooler wipeout that was. Yeah. They all had that.
Yeah, I think that finally NM, despite all that disaster, is able to pick up again, and they get that pick on the dualies, meaning they're on that top right. They just have to wait for their teammates to clear it. Umiha going to dissuade them and tell them to make a run for it along with the rain. It's just the pen up, so that's going to be the end of that push because they move back into mid to give their teammates the jumps. 2 of their members in the meantime go down, so I think that Blanks, they're gonna try and make a run for it. We are under a minute left, so they don't have much time to take this. 2 of their own members go down, and they are denied the check. It's just the Blaster who is probably going to go down as well. A delayed wipe with 28 seconds left. This is looking like NM's game to lose.
Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness. And yet again, the team that picked it, the team that seems way more comfortable on it. And definitely they're holding it. Don't make the choice. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you have to, you jump off the edge, guys. Don't do it. There we go. Make the right choice. Make the right choice. Don't back up into your spawn. Don't give them the space. But yep, that puts Blanks back in the mid. They've got the Rainmaker, but oh my goodness, that player did not have much health there. They've got to push to that checkpoint and then push the whole way up the ramp. So there's still plenty of time, but that's 2 players down for NM. They need to keep that pressure on without losing players if at all possible. Gonna have pops. Back, they're able to get the kill. The Rainmaker's still up, still holding.
Yes, I saw them sort of farming for that vac so that they could vac shot the Rainmaker, but I think they probably had to throw it somewhere else. Habna just kind of waiting for their teammates to get the requisite picks in order for them to push, so they're just holding on to it in the meantime. Another vac is up there from Umiha, as well as those whales as well. The vac shot not gonna get any purchase, but time is ticking in overtime here. Habna playing super careful because they don't want to drop down to losers, especially not as the first seed. And finally, we have the hammer active, but a very critical person goes down to a flank. And despite all of that careful play, they do go down, handing NM the win in this set. 3-1.
Yep. Oh my goodness, what an upset! NM playing exceptionally throughout that set. Blank's still very, we are very aware of their top seed status. They do know what they're doing, but also on maps that maybe they don't play as often, and also against comps that a comp that isn't that normal, let's just say. So very, very well played with NM there. They knew what they were doing on that map. They got the push they needed, and then they were able to kind of just hold it out, play patient, um, keep whatever control over high ground, whatever control over the pathing of blanks that they could, and that's what really helped them in the end there.
And if that Sploosh was able to get the pick with that hammer, that might have spelt a disaster. And this is how you know, and this is maybe a higher level of play. They take it up and they try to stall it. But firstly, if they were downed, they would not have immediately lost the lead based on the positioning. If disaster did indeed strike. And let that be a lesson, kids. Drop it off.
Yes.
Just reset it. Puts yourself in a way better position, and it's just risk mitigation. But congratulations to NM for pulling off that upset. But no doubt they have to be anticipating that they will be seeing blanks again. I'd be surprised if blanks doesn't just tear their way through the losers bracket, though they will have to come up against the second seed in order to do so. So nice upset, but blanks, of course, they're still in it.
Yes, indeed. Also important to note, actually. This has been quite an upset of a paddling pool. We have seed 4 versus seed 6 in the finals, which Epitaph made a climb to get the whole way here, 3-0ing second seed Coca Avocado. So yeah, they're definitely both these teams have been on quite a run, but now they're up against each other. So it really depends who comes out on top and who will be defending in grand finals. So yeah, but that is important to note that is the end of our commentating block. So we are gonna be handing over to, I do believe, Moku and
Pat.
Yes indeed.
Yes, it will be Moku and Pat after us. And definitely stay tuned for that before we get going. This has been a perfect way to start my afternoon with 5 minutes after I woke up. These games have me so energized. I'm ready to take on the rest of the day. But Zari, I'm sure the people have fallen in love with you. If they just are like, I just want more Zari, where should they go?
Well, if you do, how am I supposed to follow up for that? Oh my god, Sassy. You can find me on on Blue Sky at Zarani, and also also on Twitch. I stream a little bit. I've been enjoying it recently at Zarani as well. But what about yourself? Because if they fall in love with me, then it's both of us, I think. So what about yourself? Where can they find you, Sassy?
Well, you can find me at Sassy in Your Pants, SASUIN, the letters UR Pants, basically on any social media. I've also been streaming on Twitch as well, so you can find me there. And I gotta do a little bit of a plug. Don't flounder at the function. I think signups may be closed at this point, but if you are in the North Carolina, USA area, and you're like not sure if you want to go, I definitely recommend going to a LAN if you have the opportunity. So I think Cary, North Carolina, don't flounder at the function. Be sure to even spectate if you can't play. But that is going to be it from me and Zari from Paddling Pool 365. Stay tuned for the next block.
Bye, guys!
And welcome back to Battling Pool 365. If we had a battling pool every single day, this would have been the year one mark. But alas, we have one every week. We are going to watch the winners finals and M versus Epitaph. But before we get into this match, my name is Het and I am joined here by Moku. Moku, how are you doing tonight? This wonderful,
I'm
wonderful
doing great. The
evening.
company fridge still does not have any mid-chip ice cream. Alice, please.
Oui.
There's no mid-chip ice cream in here.
I
Other
think we
than
should get
that,
that
I am.
sorted.
Yeah. but like the chocolate chips have to be really chunky. But I'm ready for a tournament. It is a beautiful day. It's like 80 degrees outside where I am, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like 70, and it's awesome. Room temperature. And what's the weather like for you?
It's dark outside, and it was supposed to rain, but it wasn't raining. But I'm going to the sunny weather tomorrow, so it's all good. It's all good. One quick cast before I go away and leave you guys in Europe. Anyway, we're gonna start it off tonight. Scorch Gorge Raymaker. I like this. I really do. I really saw some interesting games beforehand already, and I think we're gonna see some more interesting games in this set. Looking at the teams on our stream, I like the 5296 coming in from NM. That's a very interesting combination. Same actually on the side of... Oh, I've never seen that before. Double 52, double 96. Okay. Luna Blast and Neo as well on Epitaph's side. That's a very interesting weapon. 2 players, 3 players to go down on Epitaph's side early on, unfortunately. Allowing NM to pick up the Raymaker. Make some huge points towards the checkpoint Mokus. It looks like they're really going to grab it. Ooh.
It does, and I've got to say, we've got a very strong start out here. Epitaph is on the back foot now with no points for themselves. We got 68 points for NM. But now we've got a little bit of... Oh, I was going to say we have breathing room, but no we don't. It is wall versus wall here, folks.
It really is. So special is going to be a crucial decider. The placement is going to be super important. A couple more points extra scored for NM as they pick up that Raymaker and advance a little bit further. But the question is, look, how far can they take it? It looks like Epitaph has grabbed the Raymaker and now pushing towards their first checkpoint, trying to get rid of it and trying to score that lead here.
And we're just going to keep holding on to that Rainmaker. So Epitaph has the size disadvantage. The map is looking pretty equal in terms of ink control. So Yoshi is on the back. Okay, so ink back is really useful for Rainmaker. You can take up a lot of space with its projectile, but it doesn't seem like we've gotten anybody with it. Ooh, looking to roll. Looking a little rough for Epitaph right now.
Back came in kind of handy. Let's see how far they can push it. Big double splat from that 52 Maya coming in, trying to get a third one, but the wall blocked him. Unfortunately, no!
Ooh, we got a
the
triple.
world got greedy, pushed forward, and got splatted in the process. Raymaker picked up again by NM, but got splatted instantly in the process. They're struggling to get out of this. Uma finally got splatted, allowing Epitaph to push back. 3 players down now, Moku. Now, Epitaph here, I think, are struggling a little bit because they don't really seem to find a way to go in. Every single time there's just so much aggression coming out from them, trying to defend, at least trying to stop everything Epitaph's doing.
Indeed, but now we're going to push in with the hammer, get a checkpoint. Umiha goes down, and now we've got a triple. We got size advantage, we got the lead back, and I think it is one and done unless we can get the Rainmaker carrier out of there, and we don't. That means the first game goes to Epitaph.
Very well done on that KO. Struggling in the beginning, but coming back in the second half. And I want to talk about NM for a second. Early game here, they had so much aggression. They had such good placements of the splash rolls and just positioning in general, really shutting down Epitaph every single time, only until the end when they got 3 players down due to the hammer, that they finally lost a singular push against Epitaph, which also happened to be just enough of a push against NM.
There's something I want to say. I do recognize somebody on the side of Epitaph. There's Acing. They have been a part of Epitaph, Octopi, that's what it sounds like. Yeah, Octopi, Tidy Tidings, and Ham's Cheddar. I think they're also a commentator for us. I remember.
That might have been, yeah.
They've won a lot of badges too. A really strong player. I feel like I know who Yoshi is.
If it's
Yoshi is
Yoshi,
also.
This is I think not a Dutch. No, it's a German Yoshi. I think it's a lot of these players. It's like I think I know them, but I've been guessing for so long. I've been playing for so long that I've probably known them, but also at the same time I kind of don't. It's like I probably know them by name, but not by playstyle. Anywho, our teams are getting ready for our next match, Clan Blitz on Hagglefish Market. Do we see this often? I haven't casted this in ages. It feels like. I don't know about you,
We don't
but
usually.
I don't
Well,
see this
yeah,
much
we don't
often.
usually. I agree with you. We don't usually see this too often. Usually, clams on hagglefish is kind of uncommon. And for me, as a brush, I find that I don't have a lot of luck with it. It's Clam Blitz, but Clam Blitz is often my worst mode. So, there's also a teammate called Pokachan on Team NM. That's the 52 gal player. I have commentated them from a 1v1 tournament before. And off we go. We're going to clash in mid. We're going to start collecting our clams, putting paint down. And that's usually how it is in Clam Blitz. We start with a little bit of clash in mid until somebody's got a ball and somebody sneaks it by with some size advantage on the side with one going down. And that's the Nautilus, which is huge. And already we're going to go for that clam. I think.
There's a big aggressive push coming here for Epitaph, but they don't seem to have a power clamp at the ready, so they just use a lot of specials to push forward, but honestly, they didn't really have a follow-up at all. Hammer traders with that 96 gal from NM, and NM, they have been waiting with the power clamp for a little while now, and they've been prepping a push of their own, 14 clamps at the ready and counting. They are slowly but surely getting rid of the players. They got rid of the 52, they got rid of the 96 gal. This is the moment to push. Tactical is out on the field. We see everyone going in deep. 2 power clubs at the ready. One goes in. Second one touches home as well. 54 points as an early score. And that's a very well utilization of your first push. Remember, every time you start your initial Clamblitz push, there's no half-point penalty. Big splats coming in from that 52 Obito. It seems Umai, but Umiha, but on Sanders Obito, big splats coming in from Obito with that, I think that's a 96 actually.
Obito ending up getting that triple. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's great you said it, because the triple, that's such a big tool for NM. It's such a big help, not for necessarily to start pushing again, but to help the team get back into mid and now start defending, because Epitaph has a pretty clamp.
That Inkback is going to serve as area denial. We are pushing back against NM. Epitaph is not going down without a fight, but we got that Inkback out here. It's like they've been trading Inkback projectiles the whole time. I didn't really love to see it. We've also got we got wall versus wall action. Acing's out here on the right, working to distract. But not getting much of anybody right now. It's just a bunch of scrappiness. But who can push through first?
Slowly but surely, Epitaph is trying to push. Slowly but surely, Epitaph is making some ground. They have the entirety of mid covered. As of right now, they're slowly being pushed back, slowly losing the advantage they built up. Big killable, actually. Getting a lot of players targeted with that. And now World's pushing forward, trying to get some splits. We've got some ability to greedy again. Trades with the 52. Or was the hammer? I didn't exactly see who got that split. Now, I see a power clamp in the middle of the map. And I do see a small gap, but unfortunately Epitaph, they only have 2 players live mode, who they have to wait until World respawns in order to start pushing again. They got rid of the launchers though, so this might be a very good start.
They are just stalemating each other. You've got vacuums, you've got walls out. There's just constant stalemate happening right now. Even you get trades, it's a whole thing, and I think if they can just get a size advantage on the side of Epitaph, but 2 go down, so that's the opposite thing that you need right now. Templates requires a lot of coordination, and ooh, it just seems like they just keep getting staggered, I think? I think that's the right term.
Yeah, they're staggering. They're not able to push forward. They're not able to make any sort of momentum. Because every single time NM is being able to shut it down. They have a power clamp at the Radiant Epitaph, but there's also a power clamp on the side of NM. And they also have 15 clamps on the board. There's almost a second power clamp coming in. The last of 52 though. Skittles grabbing the power clamp, pushing forward aggressively, gets that power clamp into the basket, and the points are now slowly being scored. 74 points is the current score, but they have to get a little bit more, 20 more points to be exact equal, and 23 to up that scoreboard. But unfortunately, there is no second power clamp. There's no other follow-up clamp other than the 2 clamps to throw into the basket. And that's terrible news for Epitaph because they are still on the losing side. And oh no!
Oh no, somebody got Thanos.
The world unfortunately got disconnected at the very, very end. This is the infinite debate of would it have mattered or not. I think it actually would have because Epitaph clutched the first game, so they can definitely clutch the second game if they wanted to. But this is such an unfortunate scenario because only 3 players. It's going to be super tough to splat. But Moku, it's definitely not impossible. They still have a chance left.
They do. With Inkback, you can pretty much do almost anything. You have one more clan and 67 points. I hate the internet sometimes. We have 2 people going down. And can we do a blanks cheese? No, we cannot right now. But I think that's the end. We end on the meme number. Yes, I know. I hate the internet.
If you haven't said that, maybe I'm too old. Because I never really understood the whole 6-7 thing. If you wouldn't have said that, I probably wouldn't even have noticed. I'm gonna be real. I'm too old. I'm way too old for the internet.
Brought attention to it because I'm not Unk status yet, but
oh, I definitely hit Unk status way back.
Hold on, I've got something for you. I've got something for you.
I'm really scared. I am genuinely really scared. If you got something for me, especially you, if you got something for me, I'm scared because it can literally be anything. Oh gosh.
You're 19. I said it's you on the side chat.
Oh no! What is that? Unk, it's literally me. That's literally me. Put it on the stream, please. Anyway, and I had the right to put that on the stream.
I don't know how.
My head Unk status and this game were so incredibly dominant. The positioning was basically perfect, only allowing 1 push, 2 pushes were allowed through, which is technically more than they've pushed because they've only really pushed once. But the 1 push they had, they knew that was going to be a big push, and that was going to be a lot of points scored. That's exactly what they've done. Anyway, our next match is ready, has started. I don't see the stream.
Oh, we got a DC.
Yeah, Jarian.
We DC'd frame 1.
DC'd frame 1! Oh man.
Yep, we DC'd frame 1.
I didn't even see that.
So it's in the little.
I don't even see the DCs anymore.
It's in the little screen. It's probably not up yet, but I was gonna say Epitaph could have benefited from having at least 1 frontline weapon. You had your pen and you had a couple gals out there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't something like Gala mid-line support weapon, or I'm sure it could be frontline, but
I feel like 52 can fill out both roles because
and something like a faster
frontline. It's not as fast as like a splatter shot, for example, but it still does big damage, and the wall makes it super annoying to play against in the frontline. I think it can work as a frontline. I always use it as a frontline weapon when I play.
All right, that's fair.
I was
just thinking something like a faster Slayer weapon, because I feel like if Epitaph had that, they would have been able to plow through easier. 52 gal was on both sides, to be fair, but
the comps are really similar. They had They all had
Yeah,
pencil, and they all had 96, and all the 52. So it's an interesting composition for both of these teams because it really gets down to who just straight up plays better. Because neither team has a big weapon advantage over the other one. I think the biggest one was the Splatling and the Lunar Blaster being vastly different. But other than that, they were identical. So it was really getting down to who just has a better positioning. And in the first game it was Epitaph. In the second game it was NM. So they're on very, very equal playing field, which I love to see, by the way. That's always makes it for a very fun, interesting, and long-lasting games. It's something we sometimes need more in Splatoon, because occasionally it feels like it's such a stalemate, or quickly rushing down to the objective and then getting a quick wipe and a quick KO.
exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just saying, it would have been easier to have a faster Slayer weapon in there. Just because NM didn't have one of their own. So we're gonna see what Epitaph does against NM in Tower Control Mako Mark. By the way, I don't know how to put it on stream, but I'm gonna put it in casting Dapple if it helps. And yours like a bigger.
No, I put the Unk again. Brian, if you can hear me, actually what I was saying, you can hear me. Okay, put like the Unk status below my rub. It just fits so perfectly with like the little arms too. I think sometimes for Splatoon I really feel like Unk status, because I've been playing competitively. I think since like not like when it started, but like definitely within the first 4 months.
Oh wow.
Oh, Splatoon 1. I got into it quite quickly.
Old.
Oh, yeah, I'm old. Old. I playing this game when I was a teenager. A teenager! I'm almost 30. That's a lie, actually, but it feels like I'm almost 30.
Fair enough.
We can't hate on 30-year-olds, because Pat's 30 and Pat's doing great, so.
Plus we can't throw too many strays at Pop Gun. I mean, let's be honest here. Rose got a kid, I keep forgetting that.
Anyway, when we are yapping, and we've been yapping a lot because we're really good at yapping, professional yappers, our opposing team member World has rejoined, and these teams are getting ready for Tower Control on Mako Mart. Now, that's a map we do see often, and that's a map mode combination we do see very often as well. And I, ever since Splatoon 2, still love this combination, because Mako Mart, it always brings those hype games where it is decent. It's not extremely difficult, but still decently difficult to push that objective through the second checkpoint. The map is super small, so you get around super quickly. The stalemates are never that long, and I see a Forge Pro, and I like it. And I think Epitaph has listened to your advice. They're watching the stream for sure, because they switched it up to a Splash-O-Matic with a Crab Tank, which is an amazing weapon for Tower Control. That Crab Tank on Mako Mart, it has so much range, so much freedom, and just throwing bombs all over the place. It's a nightmare to play against sometimes. Kuro still sticking with that Splatling, knowing that the Nautilus is a very, very safe option. Now, I think the Tower Control Mako Mart is always a little still in the beginning. These teams are trying to get some map control, trying to sneak in a flank or two and get a special, get an opening splat. And there it is on the Lunar Blaster, and there it is also on the 52, 2 players down on the side of Epitaph. And this is where NM can start to push. Yoshi, however, started to play quite aggressively and blocking the block section on NM side to stop the tower. Delayed a little bit, but it was not enough, as the tower is now slowly being pushed forward by NM by a whole 6 points.
Oh, that was an unlucky hammer throw, and I've got to say, it seems like NM has also taken my advice, because we see the Pro out there, or yeah, we see a Forge Pro out there, which is also kind of a support, not support, but like frontline we were talking about. World goes down. 52 Gal once again claiming another life out here. The pencil coming back out too. It's seems like we've still got well-rounded comps. With Epitaph now in the lead, yeah, I feel like having that front line is really beneficial to them.
It definitely helps, especially now that NM is still playing a slower, longer range composition with their short range weapon being that 52 gal, which was holding back Epitaph a little bit. So maybe this time it's holding them back a little bit, but no, I don't think it has that much. They really haven't been on the tower that much because they have 2 players down. They have Rain out on the field, and they have a tactical ready as well, fighting on checkpoint 1, which is in this map. It's essentially free, even when you count this. It is been broken, and now they're pushing it forward. That lead is only a couple points away, so they might just snack it here too, if they can maintain position. Skittles, however, I think they have something to say about that one.
I think Skittles does have a lot to say because we see them just poking around here with the pencil. Sugar Yoshi has their own things to say too. You gotta love Chargers. They will poke at you and try to find you. Once they do, well, you better hope they don't do any flick shots, because that's kind of scary.
Man, pencil with flick shots, that's like one of the few things that give me nightmares. That's also why I stopped playing. That's true. I okay still play right, but like, every time I see a pencil against me, I'm like, nah, bro, get out of here. I don't want that. You know what? Also, Epitaph doesn't want is NM pushing that tower further and further because that's already at 24, and that's almost approaching the 3rd checkpoint, and the 3rd checkpoint basically needs to go in this map. So it's gonna be a little bit scary. 2 players down on either side, allowing Epitaph to grab the tower and force it back towards the center of the map. But because of how deep it's inside of the map already, NM, they still have time to get on the tower again and probably push it forward, or at least hold it steady in position. But Epitaph, they're doing a good job on the defense here.
Exactly, but look at all this blue. It is as blue as the eye could see. We've got Yoshi out here. But yeah, while we get one pick, we've got to make sure that the whole rest of the map can be accessible to the rest. Sugar Yoshi is not going to let that stand, though.
Sugar Yoshi, they definitely do not want this tower forward on Epitaph's side. And, you know, why would they not? I mean, they're 1-1, and if they get this map, they will be a match point status. So NM definitely wants to do everything in their power to stop that. But Epitaph is now gaining some momentum and got the tower to 40. Did lose 2 players, though. But if they can survive for a little bit longer, they might just get it to push forward again. Acting got 2 players, which is big, because now it's an equal fighting field. Everyone from Epitaph has been splatted, though, in a delayed wipe scenario, so it'll take a bit of time before they're all back, and I think it's better at that point to just group up. And unfortunately, that allows NM to group up as well, and allows NM to get some specials ready. And look at that, the Forge Pro special is ready. The Nautilus special is also almost ready, and that pencil is over halfway, so that's also not too far off from getting a special as well. So they soon have 4 specials at the ready. Then only for technical to count for it, but no! Before the specials can charge Boku, 2 players, 3 players go down on the side of NM. That's a huge blow dealt by Epitaph.
What Epitaph needs to do is not stagger anymore. They need to keep their ink on the ground. They need to unleash their specials as we see Hokachan going down. And we gotta keep a hold over that tower just a little bit more. We got a front line, or their front line goes down. They're going to need to compensate for that. Taking the tower, NM taking another win for the match. I feel
But
like
was it
they
close?
had it.
It was fair.
It kind of was.
Close. It was fairly
I kind of
close,
feel like
I think.
They had it until the front line went down, which is not the front line's fault, because they had Kiro right there waiting for them.
I think
But it was a good trade.
definitely on Mako Mart, the composition that NM was running, it was a bit more beneficial because offensively, I think it was a lot technically harder to push. But defensively, the longer range weapons, it allows them to just squirt a bunch of stuff all on the tower, a bunch of ink, you know, being shot on the tower. It allows them to just bombard the thing with bombs, with specials, just with, you know, general weapon shots, and that definitely helps the defense for NM. Now, one more game is in between NM and a guaranteed spot in the grand finals, but that's still 1 or maybe 2 games if they lose this one that they can lose. And a map where at least I lose on all the time because I'm very bad at this game. is
Okay,
Mincemeat
fine,
Metalworks Splat Zones, and it's exactly where we are going right now. I have no idea what these two teams are going to play because I also have not seen this one in Paddling Pool in forever. I don't know about you, but
Something-
we're seeing a lot of maps that are just not that common, I think.
Something I want to say about this map and mode in particular, if you've got if you got like if you got like sub up for your bombs or whatnot, whatever gives you more ink for your subs, like your slap bombs, your suction bombs, your auto bombs, please use that. Please put in as many chunks as you can. It'll really help, and you'll want to sneak around towards the flank areas. The grates are really active. Like, even as a brush, you wouldn't want to go over there unless, you can bob and weave through the crab, the ink back, like, you see all that grates right there? All that top zone, it's going to be really busy, so further away you are from the zone, like if you got your chargers, your bombs. Okay, yeah, so it's a good thing you have a front line, but the front line will have to be really careful not to overextend.
I also see Obito switching back to that 96 go, getting back into that vacuum. The 52 is the one actually overextending and split it quite early on the side of NM, allowing Epitaph to push in forward and get that zone. Second player in the pencil also got splatted, so Epitaph is doing a real good job on the opening side there. That's Obito, the 96 gal, splatted as well. 3 early splats on the side of NM, who are on match point status. A big opening for Epitaph here.
Yeah, this was a great opening for Epitaph because they already had the early crab, they already took the zone, they got 58 points, and they've got so much ink out there, but it seems like NM has taken the zone for themselves, and they're really good at holding the zone and holding on to objectives, but Epitaph they kind of have an edge with their front line as long as they know not to overextend as Hokachan goes down to World, and the whales come out.
The strength of NM is that they have an iron grip on the defense. As I say that, they lose some,
Yeah.
Shut up.
Sure.
But they usually have a very, very strong grip on, any objective that they have to defend. We saw it on the last Tower Control game as well, is where the second they have to defend, they can just shred opponents off the tower, off the objective. But I think offensively they are a bit weaker because, opening a fight for them is a lot harder than, defending it. So NM, if they can get rid of that Splashomatic, and if they can get rid of the Lunar Blaster, they definitely have a very, very strong chance, even with less players alive, even with equal players alive, like 2 as well, to fight over that zone. But as long as those criteria are not met, it's going to be a really, really hard push. They may occasionally, and exactly like this, go to the frontliner zone, instantly kept. It will be difficult if they don't have those, and it might be sometimes annoying to defend, but definitely defending is their strong suit. Now they are going a little bit aggressive on this defensive push right now, pushing more forward now with light. That's costing them 2 players, to 52 and a 96, and those are 2 players you don't want to lose, because that allows Acting to go in and get some damage done, and that allows also, I believe, Yoshi to push in forward with that grab tag, but now it's only Skittles alive Moku who has to hold the zone on their own, and with just a pencil, that's a hard challenge.
Yeah, that is a challenge, and there are pencils that can do that, but when in doubt, jump back and regroup with your team. NM is focusing on that flank from all the way over there. I love how the 52 gal is just bouncing around like a little rat in mid. That's how you keep up your defense. That's how you make sure zone stays yours. But Yoshi has something to say about that, despite there being an ink back. And they don't really get much out of it, unfortunately. For as much as I can see. Like, they didn't get any picks, but they probably helped with... I think they'd help with the,
You sometimes
territory. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, with territory
it's
with
not
paint.
necessarily about splitting everything, it's also about crowd control, just forcing people away from maybe an objective that you are trying to attack. And so sometimes just focusing on crowd control is better than focusing on the raw splats. But NM, they're now focusing on the raw splats. Yeah, that's what I was trying
to say.
They had enough of our yapping, they had enough of Epitaph, trying to take the zone over and over and over again, and then, getting a more penalty when it just wants to KO, because they're rid of their cap penalty, and they are now pushing it forward. But on the whole, 2 points before it got captured by Epitaph again, so I think Moku, we're gonna get one of those games.
seems to me that you're right. We are going to get one of those games. It's going to be really back and forth and really scrappy as we're seeing someone jump out. Yoshi knows when to jump out, but ends up going down. And I've got to say, this is really exciting. Because who knows, we might go to a game 5 with the way things are happening. Oh, wait a minute. NM is in the lead. Can't sleep on Epitaph. If Epitaph can get one game, they can get another one. I'm just really distracted by all the scrapping going on down in mid right now. This is what I'm saying. This is really active around the grate. This is why if you're not a front line or you're unsure, then it's best to stay back if you can. But Yoshi goes down, so Skittles will have to say something about that. And they do, with Obito going down, the zone goes back to Epitaph, and now we get to defend our territory.
They have almost broken through the penalty, and that difference from 41 to 28, it's not actually all that big, because it might look a lot bigger than it actually is. Now, NM, you have to go in quickly to stop that so from pushing, because only 2 ticks away from the lead, and there it— oh no!
Yeah.
I was too fast. I was too
No.
fast. I
Epitaph
was
just
too
had it.
fast. NM, they clutched it with a singular point remaining. I'm pretty sure it was equal score actually, but not enough to— not over half equal score, allowing NM to clutch it with a cheeky fist bump at the end as well to get themselves into match point, Moku. I was so ready. I was so ready to say, and there it is, the lead swap. But no, yeah, it was 28 to 28. It just jumped back to 29 because you can't have equal scores in this game. Oh my days.
It was so close, too.
That's rough. That's rough for Epitaph. They are going to be in the losers finals, so they still have a decent chance to get back. But it's going to be a fight still. NM, very well done getting them towards the grand finals. Now, Moku will be taking a small break to get our next set ready, which will be the losers semi-finals, which is Blanks again on stream against Quokka Avocado. So grab yourself some drinks, grab yourself some snacks, because we will be right back.
Woo. And welcome back to Paddling Pool 365. I am your local cat squid commentator, having invaded the commentary booth for Minchip Ice Cream. I'm joined today by Hat, and we're going to commentate the goats on Blinks and Coca Avocado, which has tacos, by the way.
Ooh, I could really go for some tacos right now.
We
Man,
actually have a
I
player
just
named
ate.
Tacos.
I just ate, man. Why? Tacos,
need a
why? Could you not change like a different name? Like noodles? And I wouldn't be that hungry. Now I want tacos. Well, maybe they have them in Spain tomorrow.
Crunch
Anyway,
Wrap.
we're gonna start it on Tower Control Hagglefish Market. Now we saw how the last Tower Control game went on Mako Mart, which went interesting. So let's see how it's going to go here on Hagglefish Market. And already we see a vanilla splat roller, the side order variant, and a Hydra. Oh man, this brings me back to Splatoon 2. It really does. Junior as well. So many interesting weapons and such a contrast from our last set. Blanks going on the tower quickly and pushing it forward. They are not waiting around. They are not wasting any seconds. They want to show why they are still considered the #1 seed in this tournament, because they already got rid of checkpoint 1 and they're on their way to checkpoint 2, and there's almost nobody from Quaco Avocado in sight to stop that tower.
That's really surprising because you've got a stacked team on Quaco Avocado too, but both people going, so 2 people going down on Blanks right now, and now they're taking it back. Quaco Avocado will start saying things. This is Arizona Sweetie on the roller, but we'll just call him, I guess, Q. But I don't know, I think Arizona's, ooh, Multi going down to that flick, and Benji. Or, yeah, Benny, actually. I've got you confused with somebody else. Ledge peeking like it's Smash Bros. We're gonna try to get out of there. Where's Hobna? Where's my go Hobna? Hero, where you at?
As we are watching on the spawn of Quaco Avocado, they're actually now the team is pushing towards the tower and getting rid of the checkpoint as well. They're on 68 points on checkpoint #1, trying to get it further down, but unfortunately lost 2 players, 3 effectively now. That's the late wipe even, so that will stop that push. Blanks doing a good job on the defense. I think it was a little slow because they were, still holding on to the offensive a little bit too long when they first lost the tower, but still, nonetheless, a decent defense. And oh, the rotor going in deep does get a spot of the Hydra, but is forced to jump back to spawn. Yoshi forever with the blaster pressuring that rotor away, and now back on the tower with the Hydra, with I believe a bubbler from the junior, and a tactical was placed down as well instead of Blanks, as they're attempting their second push, trying to extend their lead. That checkpoint is also gone, which will allow them to get past that defense area quickly. That upper bunker, I feel like, it's so notoriously difficult to push through, but once you broke through the checkpoint, it is significantly easier to do so. But Quaco Avocado Moku is still making it reasonably difficult to push through that.
It really is, and thankfully you've got the wall to save that player right there. We've got Hero trying to find a place, but getting caught out by Quaco Avocado, which are advancing. Blanks D currently has 44 points, and we're about to get to more points. 57 points coming up here. Yeah, no, I hate feeling that too. It's not 68 yet. It's not 67 yet. 68, but you know what I mean. But look at that map control for Quaco Avocado. Not surprising because both teams are pretty stacked. They've got Blanks on the back foot.
There's the fight for the lead. It might actually swap here. Yes, it is. Quaco Avocado now in the leading position with a couple points extra. Not a whole lot of a lead, but they're still on the tower until now. 39 points, I believe, is their lead. It's a little bit lead, so I'm going to assume it's 39. I think I'm pretty sure it's 39. I'm gonna assume it's 39, but now is Blanks on the tower again, trying to push it towards the center, trying to reclaim what they've lost, because that lead swap is actually big for Quaco Avocado, because there's not a whole lot of time left in this game, 1 minute and 20 seconds to be exact, for Blanks to get that lead back in their position.
Memes aside, we've got a pretty stacked tournament set right here, just in this very match. Tower control on Hagglefish brings out the most fierce in all of it. Like, for example, these comps are great for it. Multi is holding things down. You've got Hobna on the 10th somewhere, I think. I lose track of everybody so quickly just because of how fast it is. This is high-level gameplay. Multi going down. And this is just losers, bracket semis. Now we're just gonna get more map control. Ace goes down. Size advantage went to blanks for just a minute. They're gonna take their lead back, and we're gonna push up. We're gonna order farm in front of everyone. This is peak cinema.
Benny with another splat, allowing Yoshi to push in and break the checkpoint even. That's massive. Yoshi on their own, pushing it to 22 points. And especially the lead, it doesn't look that big. It has still a checkpoint in the middle of that. And, well, yeah, the points still go down on equal pace, even on the checkpoint. Blanks is 2 pace down, by the way. It doesn't look that big still, but the tower just being stationary when there is a blaster in play, it is difficult. They have to get rid of the rotor, get rid of the bubbler, and there is the rotor down. Crab Tank on the tower, trying to hold it steady, trying to push it forward as much as they can. The rotor has respawned, but there's not enough time to get that bubbler in quickly. And there is Benny with the blaster, and everyone throwing everything on the tower for blanks. Getting a wipeout on Quacko Avocado as well. And Blanks with a beautiful, little bit clutchy push takes game number 1 after the full 5 minutes plus overtime. A very, very good win, and also a good display why we are in the losers semi-finals. These are seeds number 1 and number 2, and it shows, even though it's ironic that the 1 and 2 seeds are in the loser side of the bracket, but that's another story.
Yeah. It was a really stacked set. Not set, but like a match already. I can already tell it's going to be a stacked set. Just all this back and forth. I was just saying the whole time in my head, you gotta GG camp the tower if you want it. Or if it's at overtime, I can't speak English right now. I need to hydrate. I've got some water over there. I'm just like dehydrated gaming right now.
Should probably drink the water if you're dehydrated. And you know, as a avid water drinker, hydration is pretty cool. I've recommended to get hydrated daily.
Competitive hydration.
Anyway, game number 2, match point status for blanks, which is, you know, obvious in a best of 3 game if you win the first game. It will be Rainmaker on the Humpback Pump Track. This is the one map I see a little bit more often now. It was a bit of a drought, but now it has come back in all its beautiful, beautiful bumpy glory. And it always brings us interesting games because there, like every Rainmaker map, there are 2 ways to push this map. But I feel like on Humpback Pump Track, these 2 routes are so significantly difficult or different, and also one of them is so significantly difficult but such a high reward route that there's always an interesting watch of will they try to clutch the one super difficult route or will they go for the safe bet. Early on it's definitely better to go for the safe bet unless you have a wipeout, and even if you have a wipeout it might just be a little bit better to go for the second one because of the spawn positioning of Humpback Pump Track's map, but it's still an interesting map nonetheless. And also the layout, all the bumps and notches and walls just gives us interesting gameplay with weapon choices. I already see a Tentatek Splatling and that's a Sploosh-O-Matic and a Hydra. We see the shortest range weapon and the longest, and one of the longest range weapons together. I love it. Blanks never disappoints with the weapon showcase here.
I'm just gonna say this map mode is kind of cursed, especially for me as a brush because of all the terrain things you just mentioned with all the bumps and stuff. And we're gonna see how they navigate it. We've got map control for Quacko Avocado. They are not playing around. They've got Rainmaker first, 86-point lead, which is an early lead. It's easy to take control of when you're on blanks, as we're going to take it to the checkpoint, slam dunk that down. I wonder what the Rainmaker tastes like.
Probably gold. I don't think it'll be that tasty.
I feel like gold in some ways can be
ever
eaten.
tasted
You got
gold
gold leaf. Not really, but I hear gold leaf exists, and you can eat that, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good one. Anyway, while we were yapping, then we can push a little bit further. 46 points is the current score for Blanks, which is a decent score in the beginning of the game, especially with, almost 4 minutes left. It's a good opening. But I think Quaco Avocado, they have something to say about that. They want to extend that score. Splashdown from that sploosh. Didn't connect the way they wanted it to. Unfortunately, with the rotor, that player is still alive. Yoshi does pick up the Rainmaker though, forcing it in a bit of an awkward spot, but also more importantly back into its bubble as everyone from Blanks and Quaco Avocado are respawning Moku, trying to get another push in. And there goes Multi on the occasional optional right side route, which is not always recommended, but still a very decent way out, especially now that they're pushing it towards their own side. I just saw the map orientation as well. I'm sorry.
Did you see how
they had to
fast?
push it towards their own side. Yeah, they were so quick on the Rainmaker. They just picked it up and they went zooming.
No, I mean, like, they're so fast over there on the 52 gal. Like, I had Eurobeat playing in my mind right then and there. They were just zooming. Like, all of them are really fast, like we're saying. Yoshi going down. And, oh, wow. It seems like Quaco Avocado is being put on the back foot right now. We do have some trades happening, but it just seems like Quaco Avocado will need to find their way to outpace a fast team like Blanks right now. I can tell you, they probably put on a bunch. How did you survive that? Anyways, they probably put on a bunch of swim speed. Look at that. They're zooming. They're zooming. They're going for it. Oh, goodness me. That's 18 points. That is an 18-point lead. It's over a 77-point lead. Oh, my goodness. Somebody get the Eurobeat. Somebody get that right now. Running in the 90s.
We really should get the Eurobeat in here because that is such a quick swim with the Rainmaker and just not caring about anything thrown at them. Just weapon shot, bombs. Just have one shot, one opportunity, push it forward, and seals that deal with an 18-point lead. However, Blanks is losing a couple players right then and there, so this might actually switch around. They did pop the Rainmaker shield, I think, so they have a lot of orange on the map. Oh, that Hydra, a bit of a scary spot. I wouldn't be there as a Hydra personally. Let's see if we're going to go. Oh, Yoshi trying to go for that sneaky side route of the map, which is significantly faster, but significantly harder. And now they put the Rainmaker actually in a really good spot for Quaco Avocado, because it is right next towards the checkpoint that they have to push. And it's also guarded in a bunker. Yoshi, whoever found a way up, so did Multi and that Hydra. And now they have the Rainmaker basically free of charge. Nobody really defending it. Yoshi picks it up, they get splatted, and now they wiped out Moku. This is a golden opportunity for Quaco Avocado to get the checkpoint in their possession.
They might get the checkpoint, but it's still it's still a mystery if they're going to take it up to the final checkpoint. Because now Blanks is back. We've got strikes, but they get the pop and they get map control again. They can finally start defending, and I think I know what they're doing. They could pull Lavaka. We know that from Riptide. We could pull a Lavaka here. Could you remember everybody was just booing at that?
Yeah, that was definitely one of the highlights from Riptide. Oh, look at Ace. Look at Ace up there with the 52 gal, with the Killer Wolf 5.1. Getting spelled, unfortunately. Oh, that would have been such a huge opening for Quaco Avocado if they were able to pull it up, but unfortunately they were not. Quaco Avocado has to player advantage, so 2 players down on the side of Blanks. It might just happen here, but the splash down. No, it only damages Rainmaker, doesn't splat it. The Hydra jumps down, doesn't make the jump, doesn't get the splats. Oh no, it's only a couple seconds left in this game. They are pushing it overtime, and oh no! They didn't make the jump. Everyone in front of that Rainmaker just got splattered. And Quaco Avocado looking like they were going to clutch it. Unfortunately, Blanks were stronger with the defense here. 82-46. It is Blanks moving on to this tournament into the losers winners. And unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Quaco Avocado, who got 4th place in Paddling Pool 365. Nothing to scoff at though, because we had some pretty good teams on this week's tournament, and also they had to face a very, very fierce team.
Yeah, Blanks is really fierce, and I believed in Quaco Avocado the whole time. They had the right ideas, but Blanks they just were 4 steps ahead. They had more speed in terms of just, like, look at how fast they zoom with the Rainmaker. Any other players, like, compared to Quaco Avocado, they were just zooming with it. That's what I'm saying. Get the hero beat out. And I like the idea of taking it around here and trying to pull like trying to pull a Lavalka, but I mean it's not the exact same strategy. But taking it up there would have clutched it. But everybody knew where to go. I feel like it wasn't exactly the right place to go, but I saw the vision.
There was definitely a vision. I think it was a bit of time constraint. You didn't have a whole lot of time left. They initially had the players down, so they were able to make the push happen if they were a bit faster. But unfortunately, they were not. Well, we're getting a next set ready, so I think we're going a small break to get the losers finals ready and set up. It will be Epitaph against Blanks. And welcome back to Panic Pool 365. We are about to start the losers finals. Epitaph knocked out of the winners finals and are ready to get revenge if they beat their opponent. And Blanked, who got knocked out for their terms quite early actually, and are slowly pushing back their positioning, slowly climbing through the ranks to get back into the grands where they think they belong. These two teams are going to fight it off right here and right now. We're going to start it off on two top spot zones on Wahoo World. A big open zone for two big named teams. Let's see how it's going to go. We already saw the contrast that Blanks, was it Blanks? Another Blanks was bringing compared to Epitaph. Epitaph was running a very, I think a bit of maybe a bit boring composition. It wasn't super interesting. In my opinion, it was a very steady composition. Blanks, however, Moku, they always know how to bring the fire.
I wouldn't say Epitaph's comp was very boring at all. I'd say it's very well-rounded and not very specialized. Blanks does have a very specialized kind of comp. They specialize for speed, but Epitaph, I mean, you're kind of right. It is a little... It's like good chicken, but not with enough salt. But at the same time, sometimes we don't need a lot of salt. Sometimes we can make do with a Bailey. So, we're gonna see what we're gonna bring. Will Epitaph bring the fire, or will Blanks snuff them out?
I am interested in seeing how it's going to go. I already love seeing the compositions that are being brought out in play. It's such a very different composition from Epitaph than we saw before. What the hell?
Oh, they...
Okay.
Oh, yeah, they've taken the time to think.
I mean, yeah, it's only
Okay, yeah, it's not boring at all. I was
No,
wrong, this isn't boring at all. This is actually pretty fire, actually. We've got Wiper, we've got Heavy, we've got two people down on both sides. And Epitaph is keeping a good hold on it. Holy moly, I thought Blanks was going to take it by now, but Yoshi goes down. Oh, they're not even playing. They switched somebody out?
They might have done it actually, I'm not entirely sure. I did notice they have a heavy
remember seeing
edit
Sony
and
in
not the Hydra, which does help them a little bit. They finally captured that zone and they're finally starting to score some points again. But Blanks, they were struggling in the opening phases here compared to Epitaph, who were zooming on that zone. Now they do go in and just start scoring some more points here. That blast are doing major damage. Hammer going out! Ooh, almost getting rid of that splatting.
Oh, two
quite. And a splash down there as well. Two players down by Benny. That blasted player, such a menace to fight against, helps that team to pick back the lead.
Well, 2-2 shenanigans, folks, with Benny doing all that and getting rid of two people. Now they've got the zone. Epitaph can always take this back. They lose control for a split second. Epitaph is starting to stagger a little bit now. They had fire in the beginning, but now they're starting to get exhausted now because we're getting bottlenecked. Multi going down, that is huge. And if we can just save this from the jaws of defeat, we can have a chance. And they do. They clutch it!
4 points remaining, and they got it. Still Epitaph, they're not out of this game yet. It's a best of 5, so you can afford a little bit more mistakes, but at this point, you don't really want to get any mistakes whatsoever, as we are slowly pushing it forward. Epitaph did lose the zone though. Blanks took it back. They had a huge 60-point penalty to go through though, and the last two players right in there. And there's two players on the side. Benny only deals half damage to both of them. And this is huge for Epitaph because now they have a big player advantage to be able to capture that zone. And they do. Splashdown coming in against that charger, but doesn't actually get rid of the pencil. That's huge for Epitaph because Moku, they only have 15 points of penalty remaining.
And they avoided that! Look at that! Call them Neo, the way they matrixed that hammer! That was incredible! Multi going in and Yoshi going in, but we're keeping a hold on that zone with no penalty points left, and that might be Commentator's Curse, but wait a minute, we're gonna take that zone back unless there is a shark. Never mind, that was Commentator's Curse, but never mind, we're gonna take this back. Yoshi is keeping defense over the zone. They are not letting this go unnoticed. Hopna is also being a goaded anchor right now, kind of a little bit out of position for some paint, but we're gonna get cooler with that paint. That's very smart.
That tactic cooler will definitely help push Blanks forward. Bubbler on that zone as well to capture that zone. And oh, look at that, just a junior, I believe, to paint that zone while everyone else is focusing on the opposing players. Of Epitaph, 3 players down, and a Bubbler is an easy capture of that zone. And well, yeah, some points were scored on the side of Epitaph. They still have 48 points remaining on their countdown. That's a lot of points. It's 12 times the amount that Blanks has remaining, and Blanks is working through their penalty. Big Reef Slider, getting rid of 2 players in the process. Blanks has warmed up. They have awoken and are now holding an iron fist of that zone here.
Epitaph is going right in for it. We have a minute left if Epitaph wants to take back that zone, but they're going to have to hold it for more than... Wait a minute. We're going to save it from the jaws of defeat? We're going to save it again with 2 players down? 2 players down? Holy moly, folks. This is real. Hold on to your butts because Epitaph is keeping this game going.
They are not stopping at all. They are not leaving any room on the table for Blanks to force them out. They want to grab every single inch of that playground and took it themselves. Even if Blanks have taken a whole lot, they are going to take it back. And with only 24 points remaining, they might just do that. Blanks is nowhere near that zone. And now the timer is going down super quickly. Can Blanks get it time? No, they're 3 players down. It's the late wipe on the side of Blanks. When Blanks was defending with a huge lead, Epitaph found a way to clutch it and bring it back in their favor with a KO to boot. Epitaph takes game number 1.
Epitaph woke up at the very end. You could see that second form. Epitaph. Holy moly, holy airball. What was that? That against Blanks too. Y'all. Okay, this is peak cinema. High level gameplay. What did you think about this?
It was great. I'm gonna be real. I did not expect Epitaph to clutch that at the end. I really did not. Especially getting the delayed wipe in there as well. It's just such a big surprise. And I'm gonna say I love it. I think it did a fantastic job pushing forward and getting rid of that team Blanks and just taking it back with a full KO as well. That was such a push. Well done.
Indeed it was. That was legendary. Like, this is one of those legendary battles. Like, I would not be too surprised if Epitaph and Blanks have fought together before or fought against each other before. Like, and if not, well, this is the start of a potential storyline here, y'all. Like, and now we're going to Rainmaker on Scorchforge. So, as a brush, this is kind of cursed. The Greats are going to be very active. I'll be careful of that. Okay, I feel like we've changed up some things, and We've got some Tetra deletes now on the side of Blanks. And, I think that's new, maybe?
I think no, they had the Tetris last game. I think they switched.
Oh, okay.
They switched
I need to pay attention more.
Which
Alright, my fault.
They did switch up something. It's the sploosh. It is the sploosh that is now in their hands. Oh no, the hammer! Oh, they had the hammer. Unfortunately, they lost it. 2 players down on the side of Blanks. Epitaph is going to grab the Rainmaker. Is making the way towards checkpoint 1. There's nobody from Blanks to stop the Rainmaker in his tracks. I think there's some players now. Splashdown will say no. 3 players down on the side of Blanks though, and 2 players down only on the side of Epitaph, allowing them to push back in quickly. They're ready, Moku. They are so ready.
They're taking out Hobna. They're taking out everybody. We got Inkback ready to go, and even though it doesn't save them from the hammer, Yoshi goes down. Sony is just going for it on that wiper. Oh man, there's a lot happening here, but I know that Blanksy is being taken out. Sony going down, and okay, so Goat has the Rainmaker. Look, like Goat acing, taking them out. Nice trade, but now the Rainmaker's in a very awkward spot on the railing. Who's going to risk the fall?
I don't think
Epitaph
anyone's
has
going to
map
really
control.
risk a fall. I think Epitaph is going to, leave it there as is.
Knowing
They
me, I
have,
would.
They have no reason to pop that Rainmaker right now.
Knowing me, I'd
They
go
have a
for it, and I'd be like,
I mean, they have a good lead. They have the Rainmaker in a very awkward spot. It's not going to despawn as long as it's in the bubble. They just, make the bubble a little bit bigger, and then they kind of wait. But Blanks, they're done waiting. They're trying to push forward. The Rainmaker has been popped. The Rainmaker has been reset. Push the middle, which is a good strategy from Epitaph to get rid now. And now it's in the hand of Blanks. And Blanks is a little bit angry. And Blanks really wants to push it forward. Hammer on the Rainmaker though will just straight up say no. And the Rainmaker, all the progress it made, it's just gone.
wait, ooh, the wipe out. Oh, you know Blanks is about to wake up soon. You already know Blanks is gonna wake up soon. They're gonna probably take this to a game 4 at some point. This is fantastic. Like Skittles carrying the Rainmaker. Knowing me, like I was saying earlier, I'd probably just take the Rainmaker and accidentally fall with it, but I'm not them because they're smarter than me. They're not a stubborn ink brush rat like I am.
I'm looking at where everyone is and trying to determine if Blanks has a realistic chance of pushing right now, or do they have to just let the Rainmaker reset and then try again at a later date. It looks like they opted to pick it up. They have 2 players down on the side of Epitaph, but they also have 2 players down on their own. Again, Blanks. Oh. Every single time you want to push, you lose your players. Epitaph, they are hunting. They're just waiting. They'll allow you to pick it up, and then they will strike you down the second you do so. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in this game, and Blanks have yet to break down that checkpoint. It looks like they might have an opportunity, but there's a hammer right behind it. And there's a hammer pushing forward, but got destroyed. That might actually take that checkpoint. It secures it just in time. The Rainmaker did get splattered by the 96 Gal, but the checkpoint has been taken. And Moku, this is huge news for Blanks, because now that lead is closer than ever this game.
Truly is. It's closer than ever. They actually have a chance on Blanks to take this home. Yoshi has the ink back, and Sony's taking it over there. They're not gonna let anybody have this Rainmaker, and it's so close now. They could probably defend, and I saw the vision, but that didn't really happen. Pavna's not gonna let that happen. Pavna is doing what Anchor does best. Keeping cores out, keeping paint down, but even they're not invulnerable to the wrath that is Epitaph.
Epitaph, they have a lot of power behind them. And they have the Rainmaker in a good spot. They have a good lead. And now they're just going to stall it out as long as they can, because they want to take it back towards the grand finals. But what Epitaph has, most importantly, is well-rounded team play. And Blanks is looking like they're falling apart. Where they were so strong in the previous round, now it looks like they're separated. They have no clue what they are doing. And they're just, rushing in one by one.
Wow.
And with that timeout of the game, Epitaph takes game number 2, setting themselves up for match point status. This is a big one for Blanks, because if they lose now, that's gonna hurt a lot. And Epitaph, they are happy that they are in this position, because they know that Blanks have to reverse sweep to get that victory still. And they know one more win will secure them a rematch in the grand finals.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you what Blanks could do differently, because Blanks is just going out there, but they keep getting bottlenecked. I think maybe, well, what's the next map and mode here?
Next map
Tower
and
control.
mode, I will look it up for you. Tower control on Umai Ruins, which will
Okay,
also
so
bring us some interesting plays here. But I think Blanks is going to play is very, very slowly because they don't want to rush it at all. They want to slowly push it forward and get that reverse sweep in whilst they still can.
Alright, so without invoking commentary curse, Hero is going to shine here, okay? Hero's Hobna. They're going
I'll
to
believe
shine here on this map and mode. Alright, they're going to shine here. This is going to be their best map and mode. And if this was Clam's Museum, they would take a point here because we've seen how they cheese. We've seen how they cheese that map and mode. I don't know how they're going to cheese here, but I know this map and mode is awesome for anchors, which means Epitaph does have a kind of advantage here too. But without glazing, I mean this genuinely, like no glazing and not trying to invoke commentary curse. Hero is going to shine here. What do you think? Do you think I'm wrong? Do you think
No, I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. There's no reason for them not to shine on this map right now. It's Ruined. It's a map that suits their playstyle. It's a map that suits their weapon. I think you're right. I 100% think you're right.
Alright, we've gone off a sploosh and we've traded it in for... Okay, we've got some more front lines actually. We've got Forge Pro and we've got Junior. We're staying with Heavy Edit and we're staying on Tetras. And I'm not seeing any comp changes on the side of Epitaph here. Why change when you don't need to, you know? Don't fix what ain't broken. And ooh, look at that schmoving down there on the left-hand corner.
Big opening for Blanks this time, actually getting rid of 3 players for Epitaph and breaking checkpoint 1 super quickly and already on the way to checkpoint 2, dropping that tactic cooler also because the tower just rides over it, and now they are slowly breaking checkpoint number 3. And if they get rid of this, it might just be a sweep because look at how much damage Blanks is doing. They finally lose some players out there, but the tower's still there and there's still players trying to attack it. Yoshi being struck down by the Tetra Dualies. Just still trying to do damage, Smoku. And look at what Blanks is doing compared to last game. They are shredding through Epitaph right now.
It helps that you've got a great map and mode for Hamna's weapon of choice, but it also helps that you have more front lines. They probably thought, hey, we need more people out there in the front lines so we don't get bottlenecked again. And look at this. They're in a good position because Epitaph is on the back foot now. Acing can't even get past them, but gets past Hamna anyway. That's still not enough because they get taken out. Blakes is in the lead 24 points over nothing. This is a comeback if I've ever seen one. All they gotta do is keep up the fire.
It really is a comeback. Can they hold it though? That, like you said, they really have to hold on to this fire because Epitaph, they got rid of some players and now they are slowly making the way towards the middle of the map. They're also getting a lot of paint and they have a lot of smashes at the ready, Blanks. So you had a good opening, but can you also have a good defense? That's the real question because checkpoint 1, we don't count over this map. It is way too free. Big hammer on multi thrown by that Spatana. That's 3 players down on the side of Blanks again. Just the Tetras alive, Moku. And as fast as they won it, they're losing it at the same pace.
Yeah, they really are. Epitaph has gotten more points on them. 47 points to 23. So Epitaph has basically let them have a little taste of victory before deciding, okay, now we're going to get serious. But Hoppa not going to let that happen. This goat right here is going to keep moving until things are done here because they've already got 2 games on them. Sony going down and Multi going down in return. Acing, playing Smash Bros. And my Splatoon game, 3 of them going down. Oh, goodness me. We are playing Smash Bros. In Splatoon. Because look at that ledge peeking.
You have Splatoon in Smash Bros. So it makes sense you could play
That's
Smash
true.
Bros. In Splatoon 3. Now the checkpoint is about to be taken away. And that's Epitaph breaking towards checkpoint number 2. And if they get the lead swap here, they might also just win the whole game if they really want to. It's 30-23. Big Booyah Bomb getting rid of 2 players in the process by Blank. They have clutched it out of their spawn and they are now taking it to the middle as fast as they can. The Junior is out there and alive as well, trying to cover up all the blue paint.
Ooh, gotta go back
has
up.
to be yellow again, but as they're painting and focusing on the paint, Epitaph is focusing on the objective and pushing it forward because they get rid of the Junior, and they are again back on that tower.
We'll push back up, Blanks, because they are getting some map control on you. Epitaph is coming in full force with one of them going down. Now we got size advantage with 1 minute left. Blanks has to pull out all the stops if they want to do this. They've got a multi goes down. Yoshi getting back on that tower. It will not be long now. They have to defend, they have to defend here.
They have to defend, indeed. They have to throw everything into this tower to not get it to 23. They are on it, but there's a hammer still. No, the hammer got splatted. It is only the pencil alive for Epitaph. 30 seconds remaining, Moku. But we already saw in the WoW World game that 10 seconds is enough to get that lead back, because if they can get at the tower, overtime will commence.
It's a Booyah Bomb online.
Can sometimes be crazy. There is the Booyah Bomb online. All that Force Pro has to do is just stay back, which sometimes is more difficult than it seems to be.
If anybody's got a GG special online, don't go dying to it. Just, you know, that's what you do. You just use your GG specials wisely. And somebody take the tower.
There is the Junior trying to get on the tower.
That should have counted.
Doesn't make it initially, actually.
That should have counted.
I don't think they were.
Because I saw them touch the tower.
I don't think they were on it.
They probably weren't, but I've had it count for me whenever I'm just like slightly above it. But that's just netcode, I guess. That's a win for Blanks. That's a win for the GOATs. I told you this map and mode was going to let Hero shine. The comeback is real.
The comeback is real indeed, but it's only one game open. There's still more to go. Blanks still have to reverse sweep, which, well,
it's Clam Blitz. That's on Clam Blitz. They're gonna reverse sweep her. They're gonna at least reverse sweep this one. Clam Blitz is their best mode, aside from tower control, because they will cheese it if they can. They will cheese the hell out of it. Sorry, Falco.
That's true. I'll give you that one. I think Epitaph, especially in the second half of the game and the later stages, they were really, really strong. And they are a very strong team. But they also seem to just have those bigger pushes well coordinated. Blanks, Clamblitz definitely, I think, is their strongest game mode because how extremely fast they are. But I think there's also a lot of pressure building up onto Blanks because this game, the second half, it proved super difficult for Blanks. They only won it by a hair, I think, and they had to use a GG special in overtime to really secure it. So they didn't really secure it in an earlier stage where they probably would have liked to secure it. So I think Epitaph might actually have a bit of an advantage over Blanks this time. But it's the one game mode we haven't seen these two teams play against each other though. So Clamblitz, it might just make a difference. We'll have to see how that's going for them. We do see that all the teams are both teams already, and I do see my screen switching. Match point status still for Epitaph, but let's see if Blanks can commence a reverse sweep and get a tiebreak going, or if Epitaph will take the Clamblitz game here. And already these teams are sticking to their guns. What feels comfortable and what isn't broke, you should not fix it. Now let's see how it is going to go for these two teams. Let's see how it's going to go in Clamblitz.
Epitaph is scattered. Epitaph was scattered in the beginning while Blanks is staying as a unit. This is common Blanks behavior. They already have clams on the side of Blanks. How does that even happen? That's what I've been wanting to... Okay, so we've got one going down. They just ran them over. Yoshi just ran them over. Just get like the truck sound. Meow. Just isekai everybody. Running them over. Just Hagna going for it. Oh, we're just plowing down everybody now, aren't we, Blanks? Okay, they're up. They're awake.
Blanks just really said like, hey, cool. We did our thing, and now we're going to just rush in and destroy everyone.
Yeah, we're just plowing right through. Blanks had the advantage here. Now we've got map control. We kind of put our Bruno Bomb a little bit too close to base because now we've got Basket that's very vulnerable, and we're going to lose the lead here.
I mean,
Oh,
only
they
has 70
counter
points,
cheese.
so I feel like a
missed.
70-point lead is not a big. Oh no! That second
missed.
power clam!
No.
Oh, they missed it, and then those blanks are splitting them over and over again. Oh, that must hurt. That must really
You going
hurt.
down. It seems like they don't got gas in the tank right now because now they're on the back foot. Blanks is trying to find a way out of base, but it seems like Epitaph is flooding in as best as they can. And Pencil will be hard to contend with here because they're all right over there. Ooh, we got one on the Epitaph. Can we go around? Can we go around? Can we get a trade at least? Can we get a trade? No, wait, you survived and then you died. It happens.
I'm looking
Okay,
at
so
what
we're
blanks
seeing
is
a lot
going
of
to
back and
do.
forth.
At blanks is right now they're playing it really slowly. They don't really want to push in. They want to wait until they have an opening. So they have to, they do have to go in and play a little bit aggressive, but they don't really have to play hyper aggressively because there's still a decent amount of time left into this game. But as I say that, they lose 2 players and they lose a decent amount of time as well. So now they might actually have to hop in because there are 6 clamps on the side of Epitaph. If they get 2 more, they can make a power clamp to start pushing in. But it looks like they have no more clamps in their hands because 2 players got splatted. And now Blanks is slowly preparing to push forward. Booyah Bomb is online, Tacticooler is online, power clamps are pushing in forward. I see a big bomber there as well. It's not placed where you usually want to place it, but it's a decent place, but nonetheless. But unfortunately, Blanks loses 2 players again. The power clamp was pushed forward, but not enough Hofu. And this is the problem that Blanks is facing right now. They are playing a little bit too careful. They are playing a little bit too safe. They have to take more risk because at this point, their return is so high if you take risks that it might as well be worth it. Playing it super safe might not need to play anymore because Epitaph, I don't think they're going to play super aggressively anyway because they have the lead and they have match points, so there's no reason for them to really play aggressively right now.
Look at all that map control on the side of Epitaph. They're just going for it. Right. No way, they got sucked up. I saw that Booyah Bomb just get haplessly sucked up by that vacuum. But Hobna has another plan. Ooh, almost getting taken out by an unfortunate hammer. I don't know. What do you think's gonna happen here? Because Multi's gone down to Acing. Acing has some more tricks up their sleeve. We've got map control. We got more balls on the side of Blanks. We're just gonna clutch our clams down here? Okay.
Well, Blanks, they have to go in. There's no other way around it. They have to play aggressively. They have to get this basket. 45 seconds are remaining for them. They have 3 power clamps at the ready if they want to. Don't! Someone dove in! That's 1 power clamp in the basket. The second power in the basket. That is a big push. 25 points. Now it got swapped around 55 to 25, and now suddenly the tables have 100% turned into Blanks' favor. The last 2 players though, there's Acing going in, being stopped by the tap thrust, but it wasn't enough. Acing scores the plan, gets 2, gets a hammer splat, gets a Tacticooler out there also, gets some clamps into that basket. Will be enough though. No, they got splatted. 3 players down on the side of Epitaph and just a pencil left. A delayed wipe will seal that deal. Blanks clutched it in with a beautiful triple power clamp push to 25. They are slowly but surely reverse sweeping paddling pool because now they are in a tiebreaker.
Blanks more like cheese. Oh my goodness. I knew they were scheming something, but I didn't call it out because I didn't know what they were going to do. But they cheesed it. Look at that. Look at that. Skittles going in for it, but not getting it because they didn't have enough cheese. Like, Blanks was struggling at first. I see what they were doing. They were all like, oh no, please don't hit our basket. We're so helpless. Never mind. We got Chase and we're going to take the lead. Booyah!
That's
Just hiding their
exactly what
cards.
happened.
Hiding their cards until the last second. That's what you do. That's what we do in this household. Who's going to win the game 5?
That's exactly what happened. Game number 5, the mode we've started it on, is also the mode we are going to end it on. It is Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones. I think it's going to be auto. It's literally multiplayer 4, but I think these two teams are going to do or die right now. Their risks are high, but the rewards are higher.
Do we have any comp changes on the side of Epitaph in response to blanks? Look at the way they moved. Look at the way they moved. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but look at the way they moved before. So Epitaph starts out scattered, but blanks moves as a unit. That just shows how much they're coordinated. But 2 go down and letting Epitaph have the zone first. Acing is sharking in their natural habitat. So you said that you didn't see the comp changes?
They actually, the Splashomatic, I think, from 96 Gal was changed. Now, a little closer it. Yeah, they had the Splashomatic, which is, I think, a better weapon than the 96 Gal for painting. I think, other than that, the composition is relatively the same. But this, just one change, it seems like it's working, because they are doing a lot of damage onto the zone. It's really past the halfway point, and blanks barely even touched it. Only 5 points. Basically nothing.
Acing going for it now, going into the zone and getting a single pick on multi, but Hamna is going to hide down here and manages to get bludge punished. So I can't believe it. They're already at 12 points, 10 points and counting.
They might just scale over.
No.
They can
Wait a minute.
They have to neutralize it.
Wait,
they captured it with the Reef Slider.
I
think that was a good Reef Slider, but still, there is an underlying problem with blanks. They cannot stay coordinated. Right now, they are struggling. They're going in one by one, diving in, and just they're not making the plays that they should make. They're losing the fights. I think that's more importantly that they should win. They finally have a grasp on the zone, and now they're starting to score some real points here and are setting up defenses. Hammer go give him so many trades with the junior. I think that is the best scenario possible. If all the ones you can trade off, I think that's a good one. That crab on the side with the Tetra though, that's big, because the crab tank can deal major damage onto that zone. Tactically is online on the side of Epitaph though. That might help them push in forward, but they have a player down. I see the hammers also online and ready to go, and if that gets deployed, major damage will be dealt into the zone. Epitaph, they're using a hammer. Booyah bomb on the side of blanks, just a little bit too late. Trying to get the hammer to shut them down. Doesn't make it work and gets splattered themselves. Epitaph is in control of the Somoku, but it's 3-33. Blanks made a huge comeback in points, and they are not looking to stop anytime soon.
Acing going down to Puro, and now they're gonna take it out. They're gonna try taking out the other anchor. Ooh, they gotta take care of the flank, but they don't get the flank, and Yoshi's got the crab. Ooh, getting 2 with the crab is huge. But are we going to get a trade? Yes, we are. Sony hopping in here with the wiper. They're really serious about taking game 5, but blanks, I feel like they're holding back a little bit just because of last game. I feel like they've got some cards. I feel like they're scheming right now. What do you think?
I think they're scheming. They're plotting a plan to capture that zone and to take back the control, but it's only 24 points penalty remaining, and there's a hammer in your defenses. That's not really where you want the hammer to be. Hammer doesn't actually get one, it's 2 big splats. Oh no, blanks. That's not what they needed right now. They did neutralize the zone 5 points before penalty's been broken, before Epitaph can get a KO. It's oh so close. Blanks, they have to focus everything on capturing that zone, and they do. 55 points of penalty are reapplied to Epitaph. Bit of a breathing rumor for blanks. However, as much as they can capture that zone, you also have to keep it, and that is where blanks is struggling in right now. This is where Epitaph is shining, is getting back that zone and holding it into their hands. A 55-point penalty was a lot less than the 70 points they had before. And now Blanks again is struggling to go in, and they lost 3 players and a delayed wipe. Squid bagging from Skittles, a little bit dirty, with only 10 ticks of penalty remaining. And 3 points of regular points. It's not gonna last all too long. Neutralization on the side of Blanks, so can they capture that zone? It's the one corner question. It's just the Forge Pro in. And unfortunately, they did not. Epitaph KOs game number 5 to beat the tiebreaker and gets themselves back into grand finals. And as much as I don't like to say it, we have to say goodbye to Blanks.
Epitaph. Honestly, I've got to say, they anticipated everything that Blanks was going to do, and they managed to get 3 games on Blanks. But that's not to say anything against Blanks' or their effort. I've been as excited as like honestly. Oh, the squid bag! Ain't no way. The squid bag. Come on.
The
still.
squid bag was dirty. The squid bag was really dirty. I'm gonna be honest.
Come on.
I think the squid bag was really dirty. But
Yeah,
that's Splatoon for you.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's just Splatoon, like I said. I'm sorry for interrupting you so much. It's battles like those that make me feel like a little kid in the commentator's booth, just being all like, yeah!
Don't worry.
Let's go!
I think after this beautiful game, we'll go on a small break to get our grand finals up and running. So grab snacks, grab some drinks, because we are about to have a baller grand final coming up. long silence. Because we are
Welcome
mentally
back.
preparing.
Yeah, we are.
I am mentally preparing for the grand finals of Battlefield 365 because we already see what these two teams can do. Epitaph against NM. It's a rematch, and we all know that rematches are fun as hell, even though NM 3-0'd Epitaph earlier. I'm hoping Epitaph can do a little bit better now that they warmed up, now that they fought some different teams. I am super interested in how this is going to go. We're going to start it off onto tower control on Hammerhead Bridge. Another one of those maps where I feel like we barely see this one.
It's kind of cursed.
It is kind of cursed.
It's kind of cursed, but it's a straight hallway. I feel like Epitaph could have an advantage here. I can't remember what NM has done, even though it wasn't too long ago. Well, NM kind of knocked them out, then Epitaph, yeah.
3-1 was the previous score between these two teams. NM 3-1 Epitaph. Epitaph had a pretty hard time against NM. They were dominant, they were strong, they were fast. But they're most importantly, they were really consistent. They had equal compositions now. They only shared a pencil. Epitaph decided that switching it up was definitely the way to go. It worked so well against Blanks, and it might also work so well against NM. Only time will tell. I feel like this team is a little bit stronger than Blanks was in the previous rounds. Those teams are playing it slow on the opening stage here, trying to get as much ink on the board as possible. A trade between the two frontliners, between the 52 and the Luna Blaster Neo. The Splatana on the side with a hammer tries to throw it against. The 52 is back up, but doesn't succeed to help with their teammate with the Nautilus. It will secure that splat as well. Tower is now on the move, and checkpoint 1 is about to be secured, with only a couple points remaining on there. And a lot of players from NM are pushing forward and are playing hyper aggressively Moku to get the way free for checkpoint number 2.
Indeed we are. NM is just diving for it. They're not letting Epitaph have anything. And as we focus on Epitaph, we see a crab tank situated on the right side of the screen here. But Acing is really weak on health here. They're going out here with the Wiper. Now we're going to push up on the side of Epitaph. And I gotta say, that's a pretty good spot for their pencil to be.
At how Epitaph is trying to set up their counter push, because they are opting to trying to get rid of a lot of other players first before really going in. And I mean trying to get rid of everyone before even committing and touching the tower. They've gotten a few players pushed back, and now they're comfortable to go on it and are comfortable to start pushing checkpoint number 1. Another one of those checkpoints where I feel like, yeah, it's a little bit too early. I think it's basically free. You don't really count it. In my opinion, but they have cleared that checkpoint and are now looking to go to checkpoint number 2, which the route to that is not as clear as checkpoint number 1. NM is doing some damage on the tower. There were the two players, but there's Yoshi with the crab tank trying to counter and reclaim the lives of these two players, or at least refrag in order to equal the playing field. But I don't think this is Moku, as now the vacuum in hand, NM is pushing that tower towards the center of the map again.
It doesn't seem like enough though, because they still have enough map control on the side of Epitaph. Oh, but wait a minute, they're just pushing up here, but I feel like there's still a big defense on the side of Epitaph right now. And even though they have tower, NM has gone 1 down, so it's got 5 advantage. It's a lot of is flying out for Epitaph right now. Little situating themselves on the tower.
They are indeed on a vacuum on the side of NM again. They are so quick in getting their specials back online. The Splash Dramatic did get splattered, and this might be huge news for NM, who are still successful in holding the tower back from advancing towards checkpoint 2. They touched it, but only barely. World is trying to push forward with Splatana, but doesn't make it happen. They're on the tower again. They opted to go a little bit earlier than they usually would like to, in order to get some points on the board, because they desperately need to push it forward. 2 players are now down there on the side of Epitaph, Moku, and now NM decided, you know what, it's our turn to start pushing again.
You're absolutely right. NM has now finally gone in for it. They're going to defend their lead. Even though one just went down, another jumps in their place.
And we are slowly watching these two teams going back and forth, which is very advantageous for NM because they have a decent lead in their hand, but more importantly, they've broken a checkpoint that Epitaph has not. It will help them defend a little bit longer, but how long can they keep this momentum up for? Because I feel like Epitaph is getting on the tower more and more often, are pushing it slowly further and further towards the checkpoint, and that's almost touching the checkpoint, and NM doesn't really seem like they have the manpower to stop it. Hammer did not connect with anyone, which is huge, but that checkpoint is about to be broken. A lot of aggression coming out from Epitaph, and they've broken the checkpoint and they're only a couple points away from the lead, and there is the lead with only 35 seconds remaining in the game. And they're extending it also 25 points and are now on checkpoint number 2, which has also been broken, Moku. It looked like they were losing, but now suddenly they are putting a massive gap between these two teams.
I was gonna say, if I was on the side of NM, I would want to use a long-range special, a GG special, and get the Chargers back out there, but we've got 10 seconds left to make something happen. Epitaph with 6 points and NM with the 38. Can we make a last-minute push, or will we be doomed to go to a loss here? Oh, that was almost an unfortunate hammer. Did you see that?
It barely it almost hit the tower. They barely hit him, but not just quite. A player down on the side of NM, make that 2, but also 2 players down on the side of Epitaph. Crab Tank is on the is Rain on the tower. They're slowly commencing it forward. There's so many players on it. Vacuum to defend that checkpoint. Very well done. They're playing hyper aggressively. NM, they don't want to risk anything at all. The checkpoint has been broken. Oh no! They had someone next to it, but it was not enough. Epitaph takes game number 1. But man, what a close game this was yet again.
I was just gonna say, one of them tried getting up on a tower, but the tower just did not let them. I saw that. I was like, no, I know how that feels as a brush.
I think Epitaph had such a great push against NM, especially when they finally broken through checkpoint number 2 and a straight going to checkpoint number 3. They looked so unstoppable. I don't know what happened with NM there, but they suddenly just didn't find a way to defend it. They had such a good defense earlier, and then suddenly Epitaph just did that one play with the hammer just going in. Got one splat out of it, honestly. Didn't even that much, but that was enough for NM to just lose everything. I don't know what happened there, but it was a very, very well executed push from Epitaph. And now NM, they're down a game already.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I got distracted by something. Somebody wanted me to see some sort of art, and I'm like, well, it's art alright. I say this as an artist, so pretty good. I was trying to write a whole MLA style review. A good one, but I can't do that with 100 words per minute in under 2 seconds. I want to say, though, what was next map? That is the steak and potatoes of Hagglefish Market. I do want to put out for the audience, I do have some pretty good ADHD. So I get distracted easily, I'm so sorry.
I do see some... Actually, see those changes. I don't think any of them switch weapons. No, they're all stick with the same weapons here on Splatstone's Hagglefish Market. NM is a game down. Epitaph has an advantage here, at least mentally, but NM still has that bracket. Epitaph have that bracket reset that they have to fight through, which will make it last a little bit longer than they may have wanted to be. Epitaph is the first team ever to capture the zone for the first time, actually starting to score some decent points, and already as 2 players from NM did get splatted. Now Epitaph they're slowly pushing forward. They're slowly setting up their defenses in a very aggressive way as NM is backing off. They're losing a lot of players, and honestly, they have almost no special ready. There goes the Spatana though. Moku, this might be a very strong push for NM coming in.
There is. We got Ink back out. They have gotten Epitaph to size disadvantage here, and we've got a nice place for Anchor to stay up on those blocks here and on the right street. Want to check those street passes, even though it's not Barnacle and Dime. We're already going to see somebody jumping out on the side of Epitaph. It's starting to get a little bit hairy for them, but they've still got enough time to save their lead.
The lead is only 46 points against 54, which is not a whole lot, but that just a singular hammer. Wow. I don't even know what happened behind the hammer because I only saw the hammer, but wow, that was a very quick recap. I mean, the zone is not that big, but still impressive stuff from Epitaph. And they are wanting to defend this lead as long as they possibly can. Even extend it really, not just because that's the whole objective, it's also just to put more and more pressure on NM, and more pressure means more mistakes, which will help Epitaph in the long run. But I think NM, they're cooking. They are slowly but surely getting ready to have a push of their own. They're getting the specials ready, and there's the vacuum going in against the hammer, who only gets a trade, but that's a trade against the 52 Gal, which, I mean, yeah, they just use a special, but that's the frontliner of NM, Galmoku. They are neutralizing the zone. I think they secured it for half a second, but they really need to get it secured like right now. And now they have it, they need to hold on to that zone.
Indeed they do. And NM is so close to getting that lead swap. They just have to keep holding on to that zone, but Epitaph knows where to find them. He's getting scrappy in mid right now. I love how we have Wiper situated up on that block. Beautiful. I love what they're doing. And I just saw that hammer get sucked up. That was cursed. That hammer just got sucked up by that ink pack. I never thought I would see that in all of my years of being a commentator. And by that I mean, like, I haven't even been a commentator for 1 year at this point. It started in October.
It happens.
Never in all my months.
I saw a lot weirder stuff. I saw a vacuum shot being sucked up. How about that? Like, that's just like a ping pong, you know, 180 throw around. Anyway, only 10 ticks remaining for NM to get into the zone, or else it'll be a KO. They have no players down on the side of Epitaph. They clutched the neutralization.
They're already down the
Can
one.
they clutch the capture? I don't think they can. It's only the pencil in. No. Epitaph captured it again. KO'd a second time, and now it is game number 3 already in the advantage of Epitaph, where they were struggling in the first time playing against this team. Now they are absolutely shredding through them, forcing another reverse sweep potentially for NM, but this was not what we expected here.
Oh, I could expect it after what they did to Blanks. You see how they massacred Blanks. I'm not saying NM is the same Blanks. You can do anything. Just short of probably beating Moonlight. Actually, let's set Epitaph against Moonlight. Can we get Moonlight in here? Get Moonlight. But, like, they can't be stopped. Epitaph might force a bracket reset.
I think they might actually, indeed, yeah. They have to win a third game though still, which... I mean, Mainstream Battleworks is, I think, the one game where they destroyed Blank Set, so... I mean, there wasn't Splat Zone, sure, but the map... I think on Mainstream, the map is very important towards weapon choices and plays of these teams, so... They might just do it again, but I don't know what happened to NM. They cooled down so much, and now they're just... struggling. I feel like they just don't know what to do right now.
Yeah, this is a very shocking awakening for NM. They've been so used to getting Epitaph out of the way for so long, but now Epitaph has woken up. They might force a reset here if they also get a point on Rainmaker. This puts them at match point at this point. I think. I never know how match point works.
They're
was the
definitely going
definition of
on
it.
to the bracket reset point right now. If they get it here, they get the bracket reset. But they
This is
still
match
have
point,
to
okay.
find another. They have to fight another bracket against this team. So NM still has a fairly decent amount of wiggle room, but realistically, I don't really think they want that. It's also just a morale if you get rid, or if you get the bracket reset against you. So I don't think they want it to happen. But 2-0 it's a bit of a difficult position. Look at the team compositions. Not any team changes at all again. So these two teams are very content with their team composition. This NM, I think, who should make a team a little bit more aggressive to counter those two very aggressive frontliners, as Spatana and the Special Medic from Epitaph. Neither team has really done a lot of stuff to the Rainmaker yet. The Rainmaker has been popped, but not yet picked up. They're opting to wait before they got an opening splat. And why would you not? It's a very, very reasonable thing to do. Pencil got splatted for NM, but so did the Little Blaster from Epitaph. Now the 96 Gal is also gone. But it's not yet time to pick up the Rainmaker mode. They still want to have a more secure battlefield in order to consistently start pushing.
They do, and now we're going to start pushing in on Epitaph, and despite the whales coming out, we're going to take that. No, we're not going to take that checkpoint, as 2 go down on Epitaph and on NM. We've got a 2v2 out here right now.
NM is trying to group up. Epitaph is trying to pop the Rainmaker shield and just probably dunk it onto the pedestal there, like right next to it, but no, it looks like there's too much defense. No, World picks it up! Oh, not quite. 3 players down instead of Epitaph now as well. This is an opportunity. Pop it and push it, but there's nobody helping the Rainmaker pop. What's going on? Nobody's popping a Rainmaker. I know there's a lot of paint on the map, but the Rainmaker pop would definitely help a little bit. So now everyone has respawned and is ready to defend again from Epitaph, and them just being too spread out again. There goes the Nautilus splatling. It's the thing, one of those weapons you don't want to fall at all. And it looks like there is a grab tag on the field for Epitaph. It looks like Epitaph is setting up a defensive strategy here, trying to slow down NM's push, trying to prevent the pick up the Rainmaker. Failed to do so, and now they pick up the Rainmaker, but there's still a Pencil defending. And there's a Spatana behind that Rainmaker player who just got splatted Moku. There's 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, and it is a quite small lead difference, but neither team has taken a checkpoint as of yet. So they're still doing a very good job, both sides on the defense.
They really are here, and you were saying that one team was kind of separated. I feel like NM and Epitaph have had their moments where they're far too separated from each other, but now we're going to go over here. Oh, you can't because it's heavily guarded. What are we going to do? Are we going to hold it? No, we're not. Skittles goes down. This is really scrappy. Like, I could say this for every single game, but equal map control and not a lot of chances for either team to get in right now. We're in a stalemate.
A stalemate, but it's an advantage of Epitaph, which is the team that NM doesn't want to have the advantage right now. Epitaph, I think, is in a fairly decent spot. They feel happy. They have a 2-0 lead. They have the lead in this game as well, so they are currently set to get the bracket reset done quite early. A bracket reset in 3-0 is really, really nice, and always happy to do so. Big hammer coming in from World, and there is...
Ooh.
No, not just quite. A total checkpoint, not just quite. And then found a way to stop it. Rainmaker has been popped. 2 players are down on the side of Epitaph. But it's just... They respawned already, and it's just not enough to push in again. Pencil down, obviously can pick up the Rainmaker rather than a 96 Gal. I think this is a little bit better. Big Rainmaker shot actually, if they can get a splat there. No, they cannot. They put the Rainmaker in a bit of an awkward spot. 2 players are now down on the side of Epitaph Poku. They might just actually pop it here. But no, there is another hammer, which got a beautiful throw on that Nautilus.
I heard somebody aura farming down there. That hammer was diabolical. He didn't even have to throw one at him. You just have to be really confident you didn't need it. And despite the ink back, we've had our first checkpoint going to Epitaph.
Finally, they've taken a checkpoint. It's 80 to 58 points. They were 2 points away from the checkpoint, but there's only 30 seconds remaining for NM to pick up the Rainmaker and push it to 57, which require a pop of the Rainmaker, dunking it on the checkpoint, popping and picking it up again, which is such a disadvantageous position. It is honestly going to be very, very difficult for them to do this in the time frame they have left, and the time frame is only 10 seconds with overtime. They have to pick it up, and pick it up means risking losing a player effectively in the game. They have got rid of the Lunar Blaster, but not yet that Platana Wiper, and they have to get rid of that because the second hammer is online. It might be chaos. The hammer is used quite early, actually. This might allow NM to pick up the Rainmaker, push forward. They have the hammer in the side, but no! Somebody was there, and somebody struck down the Rainmaker. 3-0 in bracket 1, a bracket reset for Epitaph. Well done.
Indeed, well done, Epitaph, forcing that bracket reset. Excuse me for a moment, I'm being...
This is, I think, a big morale hit on NM, because getting hit with the bracket reset, that's always harsh. But getting rid of the bracket reset 3-0 when you 3-1 the team originally, ouch! That's kind of stinks. Not gonna lie, I've been there once. It wasn't great. Let me I can tell you that. So I think NM, they need to rethink their strategy for the second round of matches, because I think they were playing very poorly compared to the first time we saw them here in the finals. They were not doing that great of a job. They really have to lock in, because they were struggling. They were, I think, misplaced, but more importantly, they just lost so many fights. A lot of them which I feel like they shouldn't have lost in the first place, but they did it anyway. So lock in, boys, because there's a tournament to win, and there is no room for error now. There is no more margin left. If they lose this one again, they have gotten placed second in the tournament. And honestly, placing second is always worse than placing third. So let's see how it's going to go. Anyway, we're going back towards where we started the first bracket. Tower control on Hammerhead Bridge. It is where Epitaph clutched it and then almost pushed it towards that lead at 4 points remaining, but failed to do so in the end because someone jumped off the tower. Maybe it was an accident, maybe they were pushed off. We don't know. No team composition changes on the side of NM and no team composition changes on the side of Epitaph. Moku, these teams are very content with their current playstyle, but let's see if NM was content with how they played the first bracket or if they're going to quickly improve to win bracket number 2.
And since it is bracket reset, we're going to see both teams making a beeline to the middle, to the battlefield. And it's probably going to be a fast one here. We got Crab out already, and it just seems like both teams want it over as fast as possible. We've got Booyah Bomb out right now. Put 2 down on NM.
Yeah, NM, they really can't afford to have 2 players down. Even in the early stages of this game, they really need everyone alive at all times in order to consistently stop the push from Epitaph. They are on the tower. They are breaking to checkpoint 1 and are on their way to checkpoint 2. Tactical is out in the field for NM. They have a defense opportunity here, but there comes the hammer. Another hammer again. The fact that they're playing 2 hammers, I believe, it's just so hard to play against. World, another hammer. Beautiful snipe on that Nautilus. Checkpoint 2 is broken, and NM again spread out, struggling and losing every single fight here.
Yeah, and it helps that we have a Crab out here cover for the team when that Booyah Bomb was happening. We love cover fire in this household. As Skittles situates themselves on the tower, not letting anybody on that. Nautilus is helpless. Kuro going down, and I think this is going to be a quick end. That goes in the Epitaph's favor.
A quick and dirty KO. I am very impressed with Epitaph. Going from 3-1 loss, fighting to lose a bracket, and now just straight up winning 4 games in a row to the team knocks you to lose his bracket is very, very impressive. And NM, I can only ask, what's happening? What is going on with this team?
I can tell you. So
Tell me.
NM is a very powerful team, right? But even the strongest teams. So bracket reset. This whole thing is just a test of stamina. It is a test of fortitude. You need skill and coordination as well as stamina. Like, if somebody's hungry on the side of NM right now, that could be a huge debuff. If somebody's not hydrated because they're thinking, oh, we need to win first before I take a drink of water, or, man, I'm getting really tired over here, that can do it. But Epitaph is not invulnerable to that. It's just really who can last the longest without tapping out, and we might see NM struggling here. So tell me, NM, is there somebody over there not just forgetting to eat? Does somebody need a snack? Somebody's blood sugar needs looking at?
Someone needs a Snickers, I think.
Pretty much, yeah.
They need Snickers. You're not yourself.
It
When you're
happens.
hungry.
When you're in
Gorge.
games like these, yeah.
Scorch Gorge
Scorch
Clam
on
Blitz
clams.
is up next, and well, I'm worried.
Why?
Because NM, I'm worried for them because they're playing very inconsistently again. And like you said, it is definitely a stamina test right now, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like NM is just not doing what they're supposed to do, and they're not even doing. It's like they're missing the marks. That's just more what I'm looking at. It's like they're missing, sort of missing the marks that they really shouldn't miss. Again, they're losing the fights that they shouldn't lose, and they're also just being
You're going
picked
to
off
do
with
that.
a bunch of hammers because well, we see that Epitaph have figured out that the
Yeah.
hammer spam just kind of works.
You're gonna end up doing that, especially if you're NM, if you're hungry or thirsty. Because how long has this tournament been going for? Since 1 o'clock in the afternoon, where I am, probably about 4 hours and some change. So
It's
this is
4
a
hours
lesson.
and
Be
10
sure to
minutes.
eat. Be sure to eat and drink during the tournament. You know, have a meal, have lunch, have a snack. No shame in that. No shame in eating with, doing comms with your mouth full.
I wouldn't do commentations with your mouse. But I would eat some Snickers between the games, but definitely not during the games because you know sometimes you just it's better to take a bite and then you think, oh shit, I got tactical already, and then the tactical on me just instant respawn. You're sitting there with take one hand of the controller. Wouldn't recommend doing that. 1 minute has passed already, and neither team has really started to push. They have a decent amount of clams in the hand. It's not enough to make a power clam as of yet, and all the power clams are scattered between the members of Epitaph anyway, and then facing with the same problem. And I feel like it's such a it's like, you know, I would say deathmatch from like, I don't know, Battlefield or Call of Duty, where both teams are just, you know, sniping each other and getting splats, but neither team is really playing the objective as of right now. Which is a bit of an odd situation for both because, well, that if it goes on for the next 5 minutes, then one team will just randomly get picked as the winner.
Well, Pat could tell you that. I was gonna say, I feel like I lost my chance to say it, but I was gonna say, Pat could tell you I was once eating sushi on calls, but I digress heavily. We have no clams at all in the basket, but we have a lot of clam economy for both teams. There's map control that can go either way. You heard a clam get formed, but I think somebody might have lost it. Never mind, it's still over there.
The fact that neither team has really made a major and not pushing yet shows that they're playing it. Both of them are playing really carefully, and both of them are playing quite slowly. It looks like Epitaph now is trying to make a bit of a stronger mark here. They have 20 clams on the board, and they have power clam connected towards that basket. But the follow-up is not there yet. They have to defend, and them is trying to throw everything onto the ground to defend against the against follow-up. Oh! Power clam is created, but power clam was also lost. Very well done by Epitaph, who is now, or by NM, who only got 71 points scored. Or at least they only got 29 points scored. And now NM is powering pushing that basket with one power clam in the basket, and the second one is slowly on its way. But there's a Spatana on the side. They've thrown it forward though towards their teammate, and that goes in, and that's a
No
51-point
way.
lead now. Well done by NM, showing how an opening push can be done, but also super impressive if throwing the power climb forward towards your teammate while sacrificing yourself towards Spatana. I think both that Spatana did not expect that at all, but NM, they now have 24 points penalty remaining, which means if they get a power climb in the basket, they still have to work through that penalty. Epitaph, however, does not. So if they start pushing here now, they can instantly push in the 60s, and they have 2 power climbs ready, so that might even be a lot bigger mode if they can get both of them in.
You need to find a way in because they've got a couple plans on the side of Epitaph right now. They need to find a way in right here, right now. They need to rush in somehow. Get that hammer out. Oh, never mind. Whale takes them out. Yoshi, they're trying to go above here. They need. So if they had Whale their own, they could probably try to Whale rush it in. I know that's what I would do as a brush. That clam's about to die over there unless we can get it. No, we can't. What do you think's gonna happen here?
I see a sneaky player world coming in. Hammer from Acing. Getting a beautiful splat there on the 96, but there's not enough. 2 players down on the side of Epitaph. 2 players also down on the side of NM. And Epitaph have 2 power clams at the ready, waiting to be pushed. Skittles is now pushing it forward. World's going forward as well. And now they have an opening. A grand opening towards the basket. Yoshi's pushing it in. Gets the power into the basket. But do it not to follow up. Yes, they do. The power clam has been secured into the basket. Both of them actually pushing their score towards 45. Changing the lead again in their favor. They didn't do a whole lot more than that 45-point push, so the lead, it's not that big. But what is big is the 18 seconds remaining in this game, which doesn't allow them any time at all. But they're already at the basket. They're already preparing. They're already trying to push forward. No, actually, they're at their own basket. Oh, I messed up again. I'm really tired. I should go to bed soon. But oh, they have a power clam in their hands. But they have to get it all the way towards the enemy base. There is Kuro,
nice.
who got splatted. Very well done by Epitaph. And I think that might just be it. There's nobody else that can flank this quickly. They just have to rush it. There goes the Noxus on the side. But getting spotted by World and getting splatted by World also. That's it. Overtime has ended. And Epitaph with another nice second push takes game number 2. And they're now at match point for the grand finals. 5 games won in a row against NM.
You can tell that NM is really trying, but you know, if you're not eating anything right now, NM, you gotta get some snack here. At the same time, I'm really hungry. I think I've missed out on dinner because it went on for this long, and Katsuka's gonna eat, you know? I'm just saying.
How long can NM hold out? It is one more game until they've won, or until Epitaph might have win this tournament. Epitaph, 1 game off a victory here. NM, they have to do the biggest reverse sweep these players have probably ever done in a weekly tournament. But the pressure it's just building and building and building, and they're making the same mistakes. And I feel like they've been grouping up a lot more, which is good. Their team positioning is better, but they're still losing fights, and also fights that they started, but they just lose it even though they have a bit of an advantage if you initiate a fight, because you can do damage first. But honestly, they're just missing it. Oh, they're just missing those marks over and over and over again, and it's a struggle for these players right now. The Moku. I think they still have a chance. Robo Ramen Splat Zones. Well, we saw what happened on Splat Zones with Epitaph. It's not looking too hard for NM, but at this point in all these game modes, what really is?
I agree with you. NM might have a shot here. Epitaph, I'm not sure. I feel like they have an edge here too. I'm kind of. I'm kind of low-key fiending for dinner right now. My mom made chicken.
Well, don't eat chicken.
I
Eat
chicken.
chicken while you're commentating because we still have a grand finals to do. And looking at these team composition changes right now, we see that the 96 on the side of NM has been swapped towards a splatter shot, so they're opting to go a little bit more aggressive. Finally, it took them a minute, and the first thing that happened is the
Ooh,
52 on
Epitaph.
NM got splattered. Epitaph is so quick on that zone. Splat tries to coming out, doesn't connect with anyone, unfortunately. It does capture the zone, however, which is great because they swapped the lead with a single point. Not for a whole that long though, because Epitaph will just take it back. But still kind of funny nonetheless. But let's see how it's gonna go for NM, because they are holding onto the zone right now. They're holding onto the lead, but they are having just a 3-0 reverse yet again.
I don't know, it seems like NM is really serious about this time. I feel like somebody might have gotten a snack while we were looking away, because Epitaph is starting to struggle a little bit. We've got a big zone in the middle of the map here. I mean, of course we're all in the middle of the map, but I'm not talking like Umami Ruins where it's like double zone. I guess it's all in the middle of the map. What am I saying? like yeah, I got this one big square, you gotta paint it. You paint the square. It's like turf war, but mini turf war.
NM is slowly held back into their base. Epitaph is extending their lead further and further and further. And look, they finally come out. And NM is finally pushing forward. But there's AC with a hammer, but doesn't make it to anyone. They got shredded before it even really started. And there's Trizuka from Obito, trying to get some splats, but more importantly, trying to focus people away from the elbow, pushing them back in, allowing NM to paint onto the zone. It was not enough, however, to start painting on that zone, because Epitaph just again paints over it more than NM is and are extending that lead even further. Epitaph is doing such a good job, and NM struggling, not being able to be on the zone at all with only 10 ticks remaining. It might just be Epitaph here going for a KO and securing this grand finale victory. 3 players down on the side of NM, and just a pencil live. That is it. 100-0 KO effectively for Epitaph with a bracket reset. 6 games in a row finals. Epitaph takes the crown for Battling Pool 365.
Congratulations, Paddling! Congratulations for winning Paddling Pool 365, Epitaph! Y'all are goated! NM, y'all are goated too! GG's everybody in the tournament, whether we commentated you or not, whether you lost the first game or grand finals. GG's everybody. This tournament was really fun to commentate, and I'm so glad I got to commentate with you, Matt.
It was a lot of fun, even though I was a bit tired because I still have to go vacation tomorrow. It was definitely a fun watch. And it's been a while since we've seen such a beautiful bracket reset executed to absolute perfection. No mistakes were made, which I always love to see. Now, of course, there's always one question we have to ask before we start, or before we stop watching this tournament. Moku, before we enter stream, where can we find you on the internet?
Y'all can find me on Blue Sky at mokudraws1020.bsky.social. You can DM me, moku_1020, but my DMs are closed at 11 p.m. to 9 a.m. I don't really like waking up to DMs, you know. And my TikTok, if you want to see some shenanigans, like I had some X-ray shenanigans happen recently, you can find me at Moku8386. And what about you, Hat?
You can find me on Blue Sky. It's down my image. It's casterhead.nl. Give me a follow. I'll probably post some pictures when I'm in Spain. But I also might forget because I don't really use social media all that much. And of course, Jorian, our lovely, lovely streamer, doing all the back end work. Give them a follow at jorian.bsky.social.
Yeah.
Because without them, this tournament would not have happened. And of course, without the viewers, we did not have such a fun tournament to cast for. So thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you, I believe, Friday again. I don't know the Dapple schedule, I don't have the Discord server open. We will see you soon with more Dapple production content coming your way. So there's a lot of stuff still coming in the next couple weeks, so prepare for a lot more Dapple stuff. And this is Hat and Mo